Ah, good. My controller's disconnected. Always a good sign. And also, my camera's kind of dark, which is fine. I can live with that. Let's put my amazing lighting solution here. One problem down. Right. Let's resync this controller. Oh, and then let's do this. Because the audio syncs well. Sounds better. Last time we played, we beat whatever the name of that dungeon was, the ruins. Got the magic boomerang. And learned that we had to cross the ocean? I think? Oh, I'm going to double check that because I don't actually remember. We finished a trade quest, which got us the sword. I don't think there's much other side stuff we have to do. But we'll take a look, because I think if there's any side stuff we still have to do other than like the trees, like the what do we call them? The gasha trees. They will be in Subrosia, I think? Anyway, let's talk to Emba because Emba will tell us where to go. Desert, I know, Samasa Desert extends east from town. Go with caution. Okay, so we don't need to go across the water, we can go to the desert. But we know how to get to the desert. So we do need to go to Subrosia. Because the pirates blocked the way into the desert. Because they're looking for their bell. So we need to go this way. Let's check in on baby Effort. How's Effort done? Effort's gone better. Thank you. Thank you. My boy is well, so I can rest. Today I have more to teach. Finding spots to plant gasha seeds is hard. Dig holes, move rocks. Yeah, I've been doing that. Let's go this way. Yeah, maybe you're right. They're literally just there to stop you from like jumping. The one place in the game where they're like, we need to put some stuff there to prevent people doing weird jumping things. So the pirates could Mrs. Phil's cancel, find me bell. I can see it in your eyes. You're a competent adventurer. Go get it. Find me bell. I'll be waiting. And then this guy told us the password, right? How'd that go? So it's 2, 1, 2. 2. Was that 2? 2 again. Oh, I forgot it. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 2, 1, 2, 3. Starting from the third one. I'll forget that. I'm gonna write that down. 2, 1, 2, 3. Starting from third thing. So probably this game's usually pretty simple with this stuff. I bet there'll be something like hint to tell us about it when we're there. But I wanted to wander around Subrosia first because there was magnet hand shit that we didn't do. Let's get this buddy. Oh jeez. I don't remember where that was. Not here. Oh no, it's here. Because it's that chest, I'm pretty sure. Right. So, we need the magnet hands. Also probably a shovel. Because that looks like a digging spot. Blue ore. Okay, so if we get red ore, we can melt them together and do something. I don't think it was ever. I don't think the game ever told us what we get from that. It just said you could make ore. You can make strong ore. Those ore things. This is right. Get it appraised later. Okay, so we need to find the red ore. Okay, we should dig up this spot while we're here, because it seems weird to put it here otherwise. I do like this erosion music. Okay, nothing here. Let's... Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Right. Let's keep exploring. Sorry, I'm getting Discord messages at the same time. What was this? Screw whoever's messaging me. I mean, I know who they are. It's not like... this. They know I'm streaming. Right. Let's go this way. Oh god. We need to jump. Nope, that's a boomerang. I put the wrong blue item on. My brain was literally just like, blue, that'll do. Where do I go? So the ore smelter place is like over here? Is that it? That might be it. Does it look like it on the map? That might be it? That might be the shop. That's the pirates. Go down that way again. I don't think we can do anything over here. I think this is literally just them saying, hey, the other half of the ship's in the desert. Yeah. Other half's in the desert. Yeah, we'll get there. Let me get some of this speedy. Well, I would like to find the other ore thing, so let's look around. Because I assume it's another magnet hand thing. It'd be weird if it wasn't. Oop. I remember what's in the house. I probably should have went in there. Let's check this house. Nope. Let's run into lava. That's kind of like checking the house. Who would want a dark feather? Yeah, okay. Who did that years ago? Oop. Aha. We need this and we need the croissant. Is there something else we can use this on? But this is the shop. Okay. So where's the smeller then? That one? I remember being near the temple. So maybe there. Right. So this is the shovel bit. Okay, I assume we need to take whatever metal we get from the forge to here. And they'll make... I wonder if they'll just upgrade my shovel. It seems to be the only thing they make. We go through all this to get a better shovel. I don't know what better shovel we'd even do. Does the shovel say level 1? No, okay. It's not gonna be a better shovel. Not there. Oh god. Let's keep exploring. Hey buddy. You can find ore chunks nearby. Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna dig up there again. Go over here. Have we been over here? Ever since the temple fell, lava level dropped, so yeah, this has been here. Have we been... Oh wait, there was a bit at the lava hot springs, right? That needed the magnet hands. Let's go there. This isn't the way to there. That door needs a key. I don't know if we can go on like another date with that lady and take her there. It wasn't the hot springs. I just wonder if somewhere else that needed the magnet hands. Right, we already did this, I believe. I think. Hold on. Okay. Southeast. Instead of I miss this. I was like, oh, look up. I still didn't look up what it gives you. Oh, here, this is what I was thinking of. I don't think this is where we have to go, but this is obviously something here, right? Unless we did this already. I don't think... Okay, so it's just a ton of ore here. I was gonna say, I don't think we've been to this. I don't think we've been to Subrosia since we got the gloves. Let's go somewhere southeast. I wouldn't mind finding the lady with the key again, see if we can take her to wherever that door is. But she's probably not happy with us, given we did ditch her. This is probably too far southeast. We're not far enough. Right, so we're back here. Ah. This is promising. Ah, that looks like what we're looking for. Let's get that ore. Let's go to the furnace, which is somewhere definitely near here that I know how to get to. Because I'm great at remembering landmarks. I can't remember landmarks in real life, never mind fantasy ones in Zelda. Although I think it is literally up here. I think it's literally up here. Yes. Thick thing. You have the red ore and the blue ore. Did you come to mix the two to create hard ore? Yep. Get right on it. I don't know what this gives you. I don't think it gives you another sword upgrade. I don't think there is another sword upgrade. Look at them dancing. They had to reuse these dance animations. Better not make me do this. I love the subversions. They're so good. Your hard ore is done. Watch out, it's hot. Let's take it. You got hard ore. Now what? Now what? Alright, let's go to the forge, I guess. Or the smithy, even. What was this one? Oh, it's the sign guy. Hey, buddy. Signs. Have you broken any signs? Of course not. Who would? They're so lovely. You and I see eye to eye. It's true. I've not broke a single sign. Partly because I keep forgetting that you can. So why bother? I assume you get something if you do. The smithy was this way. I think just straight to the left. Right? He's this guy. Nope. Nope. Is he back on that way? There's a house there. This one actually comes up on the map, which makes me think it's actually like an important place. Let's go that way. I don't think I had to come up this way, did I? Nope. I think I'm in the right place, but I think it's that one. I think I just took an extra step because I'm stupid. Yes. You make me thing. We do the finest work in the land, but we take only jobs that interest us. The two in the back are masters of trade, I'm just a manager. The master speaks. Is that so? The master misses nothing. That hard ore could make your cheap shield amazingly fine. That would be good. So what'll it be? Make it fine or do whatever. Make it fine, I guess. Fine. You put too much value on your belongings. Try again later. Oh my god. I messed this up. Kids never get a better shield. Okay. Yeah. Master misses nothing. Harder will make your cheap shield fine. Do whatever. Do whatever. Say no more. Master, he says do whatever. Better shield time. Which is great because we use the shield all the time. It's never unequipped. Treat it like an heirloom. I got the iron shield. Alright. Neat. Let's get the hell out of here. Ideally we would want to get out of here back down in town. We're gonna go to the desert, which is next to the town. Is there anything at the shop? Ring could be good. Yeah. 10 ore chunks. I'll trade for 20 gale seeds. Oh, okay. Oh, he was going to be like, you could buy ore chunks for ore chunks. Give me these hearts. Why not? Can use them. I'll instantly walk into lava or something. Right, this one. Let's just go back here and we'll just teleport. I'm too lazy. All this walking. Welcome in boat times. I did say boat. We're gonna go on a boat in the desert. Which is usually where boats are. Where they're at their most effective. Well, we have rings to praise. It's a boat, what's got a boat? Yeah, it's maybe not ideal. This is the whispering. No effect from jinxes. I don't know what jinxes are. Are they the weird electric flame things? Red holy ring. No damage from small rocks. That's very specific. All the rings in this game are so specific. They're all like, you will not take damage from stubbing your toe on the third step of this place. Grants immunity to swallowing flies when you're walking. Look for the bell and go back. Thank you. Right, you get away. The thing is, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. A great memory, definitely didn't write that down. Alright, desert time. Oh god, these guys. I hate these guys in every Zelda game. That's a weird looking cactus man. Oh heck man, I lost my laser. Oh Jesus. No! Give me my laser back. What's in here? Ah, good. A bunch of likes to eat the brand new shield I just got. I assume if I lose this shield, I can just buy it back. I don't need to like, I don't know, redo the whole thing. Not that one. Keep going for the one that looks like gloves. Okay, so I can't pick that up. Can't dig in here. There's nothing in here. Weird. Can pick this guy up. Does this just kill? I don't know, let's just risk it. Okay, no, this actually takes you somewhere. Oh, it takes you to that hole. Okay. So this bit solely exists so you can fall into a hole and fight like legs. I see. I see. What a strange room. Wonder if they all just take you there. I don't want to find out really. It's a room for people who like likes. The issue is I don't like people who like likes. Where? This desert seems big. Which I guess is usually a feature of deserts. Alright, I'm gonna dig up this corner because it looks different from everywhere else. Oh god. Oh, that was pointless. Sword shield this. Perfect. I feel like the shield in this game is not the most useful thing in the world. Anything in here? Like, unless there's specific enemies that, you know, require you to block them with a shield, which there is. Well, I guess we'll just build this. Hey! A little fairy cave. Always handy. Let's get... Jumping seems like a good way to not think in the sand. Oh god. Well, that works. Planet seed. Jesus. Let's maybe find a way up there. Oh, here's the boat. Hey buddy. When I was searching the desert for the bell, I got caught in a sandstorm. I awoke like this, I can't go on to the afterlife. If you pity me, help me find that bell. My skull is rolling out in the desert. Find that first. It's time for boats, it's not boat time. I'm sorry to inform you of this. You're thankfully not in a desert, I don't think. You're a more useful boat than that. Okay, they said that their skull was rolling around the desert. I don't know if that's literal. Are we gonna find the skull somewhere out here? I feel like we've been to every screen. But also maybe the skull didn't show up until after we did that. Where else would it be? Check in here again. Definitely not that. Not this guy. Not this guy. This just leads out here, right? Yeah. Oh, my game decided to raise up again. Go in here? Okay. I guess some of them do take you different places. Do we need to go check every one of these quicksands? That would be annoying. I guess I'll start by checking in the ones that look weird rather than the ones that are on screens that have like, you know, they look like they're laid out specifically to trick you into falling into them. Because we're playing Mario now. Oh hey, we got this chest. Cool. That wasn't the right one, but we did get a chest out of it. We got a ring out of it, so that's good. Let's see. I feel like there was another quicksand thing that looked slightly out of place. Maybe I'm misremembering. Oh no, it's here. Okay. Been waiting, matey. Let's find that bell. Carry me around, I'll tell you if I think we're close. Great. Let's just... oh, Jesus. Alright, let's go back, get them again. But yeah, this game has, I think all the Game Boy games for Zelda do. It has like a bunch of Mario stuff in it. Because there's like 2D side-scrolly sections and some of the underground parts of dungeons and so on. Nothing here. Nothing here. Oh my god, don't die. Nothing here. This is where the boat is. It'd be real weird if it was right here. Skull, give me anything. Come on. Or cold. It must be in the like bit, right? Okay, here we go. Oh my god. I got sand in me, man. You guys, fuck off. I don't know if I can pick them up now. Okay, we go. Like, yeah, I dropped you into the thing. There's the bell. Will something this rusty do? Let's cap this bell, but I hope that'll do. It's awful rusty. But at least I can go into the afterlife now. The rest is up to you. He's like, eh, close enough. I'm out. Right, so we need to make this not rusty? A rusted treasure. Guess we could take it to the same place we got shield fixed. Let's go see if they'll fix it for us. You should know. Yeah, I do have a face. Sometimes I have a face. Sometimes I'm a PNG of... I guess what is technically my face. I have no time for you, Maple. Because like, do I even have it on here? This. Where is it? This? Why is that cropped like that? Look, it's me. Exactly like me. Me playing my Switch. It's a perfect likeness. Amy did a fantastic job with it. I'm not wearing my orange hoodie right now. Exactly, it's uncanny. It is actually, it's genuinely good. Amy is a very good artist. She actually has a Twitch channel as well. I don't remember what the name is, otherwise I would do a shout out. Just give me a second. She doesn't usually stream her doing art, she sometimes does, but she usually streams herself cooking. And she does baking streams, which is pretty fun. Let me do this. Go to Twitch. Go into my followed things. Why is it so hard to find a specific person that you follow? Maybe I just follow too many people. Oh my god. Here we go. We'll do this. There we go. That is the person that made the artwork for my channel. A while ago at this point. If I had more money, I would ask her to make... I would pay her money to make emotes. Maybe that'll happen someday. I'm broke, so I ain't doing that. I spend my money on video games. This is called the Rang Ring. Boomerang damage up. Yeah, let's actually take that one. Boomerang is kind of great. What can I do? Lists. Suppression ring. I have to retrospect first. The suppression ring's funny, but it doesn't actually do anything as far as I can tell. Makes it nothing unless worn. Oh yeah, welcome in, Sharon. How's it going? How was your day? The start of your week? Right. I didn't even do a thing, I just went in there to do. Which is equip this. And then I guess go back down to the smithy. See if they'll fix this bell. If not, I guess we could just try and give it back to the pirate. Well, we're already here, might as well try to give it back to the pirates. Hey buddy, find your bell. Let's take a gander. Oh, surely this is something's rusted off. Oh, what you're pulling, this won't do it. Go get it polished. Right. Let's go take it to our guys. We know a guy. We know, oh god. We know a guy that knows a guy. Wasn't that one. It's not this way. We just did this and I already can't remember where Ethan is. Wait, was it that one? Let's go back. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. I'm gonna stop second guess myself here. I know where it is. This way. It's not that. It's up here, right? Nope. It's up here to the left. There's probably a faster way to this. Like a more direct route. I don't know where the key lady was either. This one. Here we go. Welcome to Protomia Smithy, blah blah blah. Oh, the master speaks. Is that so? The master's eyes cannot be deceived. He says you hold a bell of great value. He hasn't offered to polish it, but should he? Please do it. No. Oh my god. That was two options. It was please and do it. And I said please. I thought it was please do it. Alright, let's command them. Do it. Blinded answer, straight and to the point. Master, do it now. I like these guys. Sorry for the wait, this is why he's a master. The finest work in all the land, take it. Treat it like an heirloom. Alright, we got the bell. We got the bell. This. Nope. Nope. Wee bit of lava never hurt anyone. Alright, here's your bell. Yep. Alright, I guess we're going on a boat. Ship's all fixed, we can set sail anytime. It's in the middle of a desert. Across both the underworld and the regular world. I don't think it's ready, but I mean, they're the pirates. Anchors away. Alright, I was wrong. Good boat. Desert dead ahead. Another steady to sea, mate, but it's impossible. Well, it's do or die, we'll make it. We give her all we got. You're a good boat. Aye, sir, help us all. This boat's going from the desert into the ocean. It's pretty good. We made it, Captain. You see. By Jolly Roger, aye. Go, mateys. This is it. Alright, let's do it. Where are we? My heart's come alive, I sound the bell. I completely forgot about this entire part of this game. I don't remember going out on a pirate ship. I don't feel so good. We spent too much time in Subrosia. Yep. They got seasick. Well, that's gross. I mean, I can't judge them, I get seasick too. Think about it, we ain't sailed since we died. Alright, I guess they are skeletons. You call yourself pirates, shameful fools, getting sick the moment you set sail. It's, it's no use, put her ashore. I don't think we travelled far. Like, I think this is still on the map. I think I remember where this bridge was. To anchor. We get our sea legs, we'll rest here a bit. Where are we? Yeah, we're here. We travelled from here to here. That's nothing. Oh wait, there's a chest in there. We're gonna go left. Go get that chest. Got a ring. Hey, there's a person here. Oh, never mind. There's no person here, but they have a house. Oh god. Do that. Uh-huh. I feel like we've been here before. I don't know what season I need. I didn't look around enough. So let's just make it summer? Because why not? Everyone loves summer, right? Oh, wait. Okay, I can go that way. I was like, it's not gonna let me go that way, is it? Maybe we can burn down that tree, I guess. See if this is one of those old guys that's like, thank you for paying for my door. Let's see this motherfucker. Oh, thank God. Thanks, buddy. You're one of the ones that gives me tons of money. Much happier with that. Right, let's get my sword and shield out. Sitting inside all the time made me sick. Yep. Off the ship, but I'm still reeling. Yep, that's how motion sickness works. Because your body thinks you're being poisoned. I don't think we get across here. Like there's not enough space to do a run and jump. Oh, almost though. Oh hell yeah. No, hell no. No, I ran out of seeds. Come on, come on. I don't think it wants us to do this, but the fact that I did it once means I want to do it again. Here we go. We're in a graveyard. Wait, I guess it wanted us to. Can we jump in here? There's no other way into that, so I guess it did actually want us to come up that way. That's fun. Oh, I bet if I'd use like the... I bet if I'd use some type of seed to put the... put those lanterns out, it would have built like a bridge or something. I bet that would have been the easy solution for that. Okay, there's ghosts here. Need to be autumn so we can get that piece of heart. There's some kind of crypt here. Is this a dungeon? Explorer's crypt. Okay, we'll come back here. That's the next dungeon. Why is it... This wasn't here before. Let's go in here. Plant seeds. Oh, so usually you would make it summer and go up that way, but if we want to make this silly jump, which... Let's see if we can do this. Okay, no, that doesn't work. Suddenly winter, yep, that's kind of how this game works. Suddenly, winter appeared. Hey Shax, welcome in, how's it going? How are you today? Alright, so let's make it... Let's do the silly jump. Let's make it autumn. That's not autumn, because I'm bad at counting how many times I did that. Trying to break this Baldur's Gate 3 addiction. Yeah, I'm... When it comes out on console in a week? 2 weeks? Soon. I'm definitely going to be plagued with that same affliction. I was looking for the feather and I already had it equipped. Right, let's do this. Oh, first time. First time, right. Let's go up here. Do this. I think we need the good. Croissant. Got a piece of heart, which was kind of pointless because we still need 2 more, but I mean, hey. Why not, eh? And now we can do another dungeon. Oh. What class and like kind of character are you playing in Baldur's Gate? I've been thinking about that game a fair bit in the run up to its console release, and yet have not actually thought at all about like what kind of character I actually want to play as. Computer spec class, yeah. I think I'll be the same. Even though I've had like this month basically to think about it, I'm just gonna be like, I don't know. Usually I play some kind of mage character, but maybe I'll do something different. What do you want, Owl? The source of the curse is hidden in darkness. I don't know what the curse is, but that's ominous. Okay, no, let's do the boomerang. Boomerang's too good. Ah, the source of the curse, I guess, is somewhere in here. Whatever the curse is. So we need to be up there so we can turn those on. When it says hidden in darkness, does it literally mean you can't see them because it's dark? Oh, okay. I see. Get my boomerang. I don't think we can get in any of these. Well, how do we... Let's get our speedy seeds, get these. Oh, we can just go this way. That's easier. Okay, we got a key so we can go back and open that door back there. I think these fires go out too quickly to do... Yeah. Like I can't go up to there. So let's go this way. That lets us get up there. We can turn those other lanterns on and find the, you know, the cause of the curse. The source of the curse. Hey buddy. Hey, a ring. I think we've got multiple rings that need to get praised now. Do not this. We want this one. Do this. Trying to break my curse. Don't be silly, I won't let you. I actually need my shield for once. I don't need my shield. It's actually easier just to walk away. Oh, jeez. Not bad, but it won't go so well next time. Okay, so we're gonna do this multiple times, this dungeon. Which is fine. Let's go... Oh, there's a bombable door here. A bombable wall. Got a compass. Use your track your position. What's with this floor? The weird floor, I guess. Strange. I feel like this game doesn't use like unique assets for nothing. So there must be a reason for that. I can't jump off this, can I? The other way. It's getting very windy outside. Okay, so... Nope, I can't move these if I attack them. Kill this guy. Wait, what? You can usually attack these guys. Well, I got fairy at least. There's something here. I'm gonna guess one of those armor dudes in that room is just an armor dude. Like he doesn't, you know, turn into something. Doesn't attack you. Just jump over this trampoline. Damn it. Now what? There's something over there. Doesn't look like it. We will come back here later. Dungeon seems more puzzly than the previous ones. Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. Aha! I knew it. About to boomerang these assholes. Might as well kill all of them, I guess. Then all these ones will come into them. And that freezes up. Look at this. I almost walked in those stairs. I should have went down that one. Well, now two. I think we can just, yeah, we can just smash these now. I keep forgetting that, but with upgraded sword we can just smash these pots. Right, that thing's gone. Walk up this slow thing. I see a magnet thing, so I'm equipping the magnet thing. No. Let's wait for it to go back down. So what class did you end up playing as, Shags? Oh my god, I did it again. If you're still around. I feel like when I pick up Baldur's Gate, I'll probably end up here playing as like some kind of mage. Or maybe a bard. Bard, then monk, then paladin, then warlock. Nice. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. I don't think I can go that way. Oh, maybe I get the cape in here. Did any of you guys wake up? Warlock Eldritch Blast. This is pretty damn nice. I bet it is. 2 hits per cast and layer. No, not one of these. I hate these. This, that's wrong. No, leave it, don't go back. I'm gonna do all these once, that makes it a bit easier, I guess. There's 2 hits per cast and later 3 hits per cast, but I also get haste, so soon can do 6 hits per go. Okay, that sounds pretty mental. We need to do this, then this, yes, then this. Oh wait, no, I fucked it. No, I didn't fuck it. Okay, perfect. Nailed it. I'm a genius. I'm the smartest goddamn man alive. I solved this Zelda puzzle. And then instantly got hit by these fucking floor tiles. Yeah, that does sound crazy. That's a lot of... That's a lot. I do feel like that's one of the strongest things in D&D in general, if you've got a good DM at least, is... mages can do lots of dumb shit. Yeah. Yeah. Machine gun lock is exactly what you want to be. That's one of the most fun ways to play D&D. I might start trying it though, because I played the first Divinity Original Sin. I didn't play 2, but I really liked it, so... I know that Larian's good at doing that kind of like... I don't remember how many squares I need to move this. I've already forgotten. Okay. I know where to move it. Larian's usually pretty good at doing... like kinda... I was gonna say procedural. Procedural's not the right word. Like, you know, kind of world stuff. You know, stuff that will come out on its own. Well, I've said this before, like even on here, I think, but yeah, okay. One of my favorite things in Divinity Original Sin is if you're playing it co-op, the way that the shopkeepers work in that game is they have like not all of their stock, but like a bunch of their stock literally has, you know, items behind them that you can see and interact with. But if you're playing co-op, one person can sit and talk to the shopkeeper, and the other person can just go behind them and rob all of their shit. And they won't stop you because they're in conversation with the other person. And I love that that's just a thing you can do. Like, I don't know if that's something they intended for you to do, but the game doesn't seem to mind that you do it. I fucked this. Where do I put this? I need to put it... I know where I need to put it. I need to put it here. But I can't push it up that way. I think I know what I need to do. Yeah, don't do the thing. Oh wait, what am I doing? If I'm going this way, I can just push it. That's stupid. I think this should be right. I was way overthinking that. Yeah, they, in their previous games, have done very good at like having that kind of... Oh, that's what Jinx is. I got a map though. That kind of like... Yeah, I keep forgetting the word for it. You know, like unscripted kind of things you can do. I need to play Divinity 2. But I never finished Divinity 1 is the thing, so I'd never wanted to just jump into 2. And then I never went back to 1, so I should really do that. Like with Tyranny. I got pretty far in Tyranny and then was like, I'm going to play something else. And I love that game, but I need to go back and actually finish it. That's not surprising. Play Cup all the way until the last area, and then mate's save got corrupted, so I just gave up. Really didn't want to start all of it. Yeah, that's annoying. Even that happens. I'm trying to remember what that happened with us. There was something that happened similar to that for us. We were just like, well, this game's done. Hey Crash, welcome in, how's it going? How has your Monday been? I mean, outside of the, like, you know, Persona 5 that I watched you play earlier. Special water changes, yep, sounds about right. They go well. Game's going good. We're in a dungeon. We saved some pirates that had their ship kind of stuck in the desert. They got seasick instantly, so they took us back to land. Going pretty good. Okay, so we need to get that ball down here. Also, we get up there. But yeah, now we're doing this dungeon. Which so far I think has been a bit more puzzly than the previous ones. Not in a bad way. Definitely enjoying it. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to take this. Alright, we never figured out what we have to do here. Oh, I'm an idiot. I know exactly what I need to do here. I always overthink stuff with trampolines. Right, let's kill a bunch of these guys. This is... Oh, that's randomized. That's weird. Such a weird thing to randomize. Last time we did this, this one was the one that wasn't an enemy. Back here. So, go this way. We can go through here now. This is gonna be another one of these. Okay, maybe faster than that. So let's equip this and this. Oh, fuck that up instantly. Let's keep going. You hold the break my curse. I'm tougher than my sister. I will stop you. Oh, it's different people. Are they holding a bag? Oh, jeez. They were holding a bag. Or it's like a lantern. Which actually is easier to dodge than even the sword, I think. Next time I shall leave this crypt. Why do you usually leave? I never actually checked if you could beat those, but... Let me go this way. Let me go this way. The wrong button. Go down the stairs. Green arc key for that. I think we're going to get the cape in here. Can I do this? Will this work? Hey guys. Oh, amazing. I think they actually wanted me to do that. Okay, so start spinning when that's on. It's not gonna help. I can't just like... Okay, I guess I can just do that. I need to stop doing that. I kept that last time as well. I kept hitting the sword button. Nope. I hope you all love that noise because we're going to be hearing a lot more, but... Not if I do that though. Wrong one. I think really what I'm meant to be doing is like going over that side. I'm meant to be starting this from down there. I'm meant to go this way? Wait, can I just do this? Hell yeah. I don't know if this is how we're meant to do that, but we did it. Need the sword and the boomerang. That did something. Okay, just made the fire stop. Right here. Let's go up this one. I think the red one might take us up multiple floors. Yes. That was a good guess on my part. Oh my god. Let's go this way. Go back up there, we'll go that way now. One of these rooms. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh, they're great noise in this game. That's so fast. Damn it. Alright, this one. This will be the maker. Do we have a potion? We don't have a potion, so if we miss this, we die. Alright, good so far. Nailed it. Then we do a double jump. Look at that. Look at that. We're goddamn Superman. This weapon, if I remember right, is only in Oracle of Seasons. It's not an Oracle of Ages. And it trivializes... I don't know if it trivializes, but it makes the last boss fight in the Link game way easier. So I think generally when people are like trying to do the Link game, the thing people suggest is, hey, you should do Ages first and then do Seasons because this makes the last boss easier. We will not be doing that because we played the one that I remembered first. Which is fine. Nothing here. Right, where can we jump to? We now have cool jumping abilities. Let's go find somewhere we can use them. Hi. not this way. Yeah, this is randomized. Weird. I mean, it's not as weird as the last dungeon where there was just a button that was randomized. Like, that's just such a bizarre thing to randomize. This, I guess, makes some sense. Especially if you're coming through this room multiple times. Which we have. I don't know if you have to. Go upstairs. I don't know why I did that. I just went upstairs anyway. No, that's not the smartest thing I've ever done. Wait, so... Okay, so I go downstairs. Oh, we will go on this floor. I love the wee cape animation. It's so silly. The wee glide. It doesn't even let you go that far. It's literally just an extra square. Oh wait, that was the room. There's no way down from here. How did we get down here? Oh, I see. There's gonna be a lot of us getting lost in this one, I think. They said I see you and then instantly went the wrong way. Okay, so this one doesn't have any other rooms to come out of. So let's go back this way. Don't care about that guy. He's nothing. So there's no way down from this room, right? Okay, there is, but not from here. And this room to the right was just test room with those guys. Interesting. So really there's nothing on this floor we have to really give a shit about except for we come here from different ways. So if we ever come back here, we just need to head straight back here. Ignore these guys for now. With the trampoline here. Which... oh, is that small key? No, wait, yeah. I was looking for the feather. I'm an idiot. Okay, there's nothing else here except for that. So let's go fuck up these knights again. So there is actually nothing to backtrack for, I'm just stupid. I missed something. But that's fine, because now we know. Thing. So we can go downstairs from here. We'll take here. And there's a room we haven't seen there, so let's go that way. You go away. I don't care about you. Oh my god, right. Let's get this. So we're gonna need the magnet hands. This game badly needs the ability to equip like 2 more items at the same time. No. God damn it. No. Okay, we need a blue one. Remember that this time. I'll remember it. These do this. I don't care about that. Don't kill me. That's rude. Oh, I see. All of them do it. Well, I can do this. I don't need you. I don't need no goddamn bridge. We do this now. I see. Fuck these guys. I hate these guys. Well, there's nothing in here. So fuck these guys. Although it is weird there's a pool of water here. But we could probably fall into it, I guess. Okay. That's that thing. So I guess we need... go down here. Huh. Strange. So we need to move that down there. Which means we need to get up there. What a strange situation. Maybe I'll kill these guys. Maybe these guys will open like another set of stairs or something. I hate these guys though. They're so annoying. Get over here. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Go next to the water. Jump on this. Do the thing. We can. Oh no, we can't glide from that. I was like, we can glide from that and it'll make it easier, but no, those are still annoying. Now we want to do magnet hands. Get this down here. Now we can put it here. We've got a key, which lets us go through that block that we saw upstairs. We need to do this again. We've killed these goddamn enemies so many times. Nope, 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 nope. It was literally the last one we checked. How's it going, Tony Bomb? How are you? Thank you for joining us. Yeah, it's going good for me. Playing some Zelda. Making it through this dungeon. Slowly, because you know, me. Repeat a couple of steps we probably didn't need to repeat. But you know, that's life. Do we want to get on the trampoline? No. We want to go down. We can't go down this way. That's just that room. Yeah, this is on the Switch. This is just the NSO stuff. I've just, you know, cropped it in a lovely way. That's a lovely way if I do this. Ah, perfect. Ah, here we go. Right, so we do this. Oh my god, the floor's gonna attack us while we're trying to stand on the floor. Ah, Jesus. Ah, Jesus. Every day I regret not equipping that ring that lets the breakable floors become unbreakable. Oh, so close that time. Alright, let's just wait up for Fist to come down. What's this? Bunch of enemies down there. What's this thing? Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Enemies down there, okay. So I guess we need to try and kill them without falling through the floor. God damn it. Instantly failed. It's fine. Let's go over here. We'll wait for them to come to us. We can be patient. See, as I instantly become impatient and fuck it up. But yeah, they added both the Oracle games to Switch a little bit ago. Not that long ago. Which is pretty cool. And I've not played this game since I was a teenager, probably. It's one of, honestly, one of my most played Zelda games. Okay, Karsha, will we break you? Time to tell. Time will tell. Ugh, that's gonna be annoying, isn't it? Oh. If they blow all those out, we get. These are the only Zelda games I haven't played. They're really good. I definitely highly recommend them. Seasons in particular, which I'm probably just biased towards because it's the one I owned. So like I only played, I think I rented Ages, so I only played it like once. But Seasons, you know when you're like a poor kid and you can't afford a lot of games and so you replay the same games you have over and over? I played Oracle Seasons a lot. I did every little thing there was to do in this game multiple times. Which is kind of interesting because I remember fuck all. Alright, let's go. So when we do that... It's gonna be such an annoying mini boss. When we do that mini boss, we have to keep the lanterns lit. We fight these guys again. I despise this room. We need to keep those lanterns lit or else we get teleported back to the start of the dungeon, which is annoying. Shouldn't be too hard, but yeah, it'll be annoying. We're gonna go this way? Forget, this is that room. Yeah, we won't go through the water. I always forget which one's which. I think they're on the cheaper one. I want to say the split was that Game Boy games are on the cheaper one and Game Boy Advance ones are on the more expensive one, but I don't actually know 100%. That could be spreading misinformation. Could be spreading Nintendo propaganda. I think that's the breakdown, is that the cheaper subscription gets Game Boy and Game Boy Color stuff. Right, we need to do this whole bit again. What's that? It's a special thing. The expensive Game Boy one is, or the expensive NSO subscription is definitely too much. You switch and been collecting dust, and it's understandable. I think the Switch is probably my most played console these days. Which is bad for my backlog because I've still got like Resident Evil 4 and Final Fantasy 16 and all that stuff on PS5 to finish. Yakuza Ishin. Or Like a Dragon Ishin. Forget what else. Whatever else, the other big games came out this year that weren't the Turfy Witch game. Was that this year? Feels like a million years ago. It then froze up for a second. Let's just... Oh, we didn't do it. Cool. But yeah, like I've picked up a lot of games this year and I don't think I've finished many of them despite liking a lot of them. Like I think Final Fantasy 16 is fantastic. But I've just not been playing much. Right. Sword. Slingshot. Let's fuck these ghosts up. Blah 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 blah. I get it. Alright, one of them's down. Alright, both of them are done. Yeah, I think it wasn't too bad once I knew what I had to do. I don't have the attention span for longer games anymore. Yeah, I'm kind of the same, honestly. I think streaming this is the only reason I've got as far into this game as I have, and this isn't even that long. I stick with Baldur's Gate 3, but it's a lot. Yeah, I am looking forward to Baldur's Gate 3, but I'm under no illusion that I will finish that game. Definitely not this year. A few years ago I would have. Like when Dragon Age Origins came out, I finished that game in like a week. Like I just sat and played it, just non-stop. This is a maze. Oh, I'll go down this one, because this is where the chest is. Yeah, I got a ruby. A single ruby. A fairy, what do we have? Oh, there's two. Thank you. This way... I don't know if there was anything down this one. Let's go this way. Do you stream Guilty Gear? Sometimes. I've not streamed recently, but I do want to get back into Guilty Gear when the patch hits. I might also stream some Street Fighter, because there's a local tournament thing coming up that I would like to take part in. And like I'm under no illusion that I will do well in it, but if I win even a single match, I'll be happy. If I win even a single round, I'll be happy. Yeah, it's Evo training. I would love to go to Evo someday, even if it was just to go like 0 and 2 in pools. I think that'd be a fun experience. I forget, do you play fighting games? You a Guilty Gear fan? Can we get with this? We can't? Oh jeez, I instantly fucked up. Dabbled with it here and there, that's fair. I mean, that's not far off where I am, honestly. I played a lot of Strive, and it's the first fighting game that I really stuck with. Street Fighter's really stuck with, that's fair. Like Street Fighter 6 or previous Street Fighters? I don't know why I was trying to come back this way, there's nothing here. This is the dead end. Did we come this way? We did. Already forgotten. Wait, did we go this way? Yes, we did. My brain's shutting down. I've been getting really into Street Fighter 6. I think Guilty Gear is definitely still like where my heart is, but 6 is really good. I played a ton of 4 and didn't play much of 5 because the launch really put me off. Yeah. People kept telling me like, hey, 5's good now, and I would like occasionally poke at it and be like, doesn't seem like it's for me. Although when they added the rival schools girl, that was the one time I was like, maybe this game's for me. Now they've put this character from a better fighting game into it. I didn't stick with her either. Okay, my key. Right. There's no... I can't move any of these blocks, right? That would be too nice. I have like played... I knew that was gonna happen. I've played fighting games here and there. Like, forever. But never actually tried to get good at them. It was always just like button mashing with friends. So Guilty Gear was the first time I was like, I'm gonna learn how fighting games work. I'm gonna improve, I'm gonna practice, I'm gonna train. And it's been noticeable. Like I went from the first time I played Guilty Gear, like during the open betas for it, I was on like, you know, floor 2 of the 10th floor ranked tower. And now I'm usually either 9 or 10. I've been to Celestial once. No, twice. But one of the times was when Happy Chaos first came out, and so a lot of people were just fucking about Happy Chaos and not, you know, there were easy victories that I probably shouldn't have gotten. Against players that are much more skilled than me, but were playing a character they didn't know. But I mean, we take those. What do these buttons do? Exactly, we take those. Oh, I see. There's an order. Right. Let's just die. Right. We'll go... Boop. No, okay. Right, we need to... I need to stop dying. Right. But Street Fighter 6 is the first time... I really fucked this up. Let's just do this. Let's just use a seed. I think it wants us to go up there. I'm just going to use a seed to do this. Because this is easier. I'd say easier. Anyway, if the seed thrown out. We're getting better taking lately, so I'm going to have to apply what I've been doing to Street Fighter 6 or Guilty Gear Strive next. They're so good. Yeah, I want to get into Tekken as well. There was like a brief time where I sat and practiced Tekken. I don't even remember Crash, but there was a brief time where my Twitter feed was just me posting the basic ass fucking Tekken combos that I was learning. But none of it stuck. Like I instantly forgot it. Yeah, Tekken feels quite different from all the 2D fighters. But it's also by far my favourite fighting game to watch. Like, even though I don't know how to play it well. Oh, this goes around. That was a stupid thing to do. Oh, there's more to that than I thought. But yeah, by far it's my favourite game to watch. Like there is nothing more hype than a fucking Tekken top 8. Like, I've mentioned this probably on here before, but like the thing that got me to start watching fighting games regularly was Lil Majin at EVO that one year. Blow me red, right red, only I shall shine blue. Blow me red, right red. This one should be red. This one should be blue, and then there should be one to the right of it that's also blue. Or sorry, also red. But yeah, well, imagine that 1 year Evo that he like got pretty far into top 8 and like the crowd just exploded every time. That was my favourite shit. And that was the thing that made me go, I need to watch Tekken. I need to watch Tekken every time there's Tekken. And then from there, I mean, at that point, I don't think Strive was out yet. At that point. Maybe, it was probably announced. But like I was, yeah, waiting for Strive, I think. Yeah, we got the boss key. We're probably gonna die. But that's fine. Because we have the boss key, and we know where the boss is, and I've almost remember how to get there. It almost is pretty good. We always try to at least catch taking top 8 in Discord. Yeah, I need to really start joining those Discord calls. Doesn't help that I tend to be off though. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm a huge fan of Strive, so part of me is like, I should really be like, Strive should be the top entered game at Evo, it should be like the most popular because it's so good, but you know, the main part of my brain is like, oh thank fuck Street Fighter is bigger than Guilty Gear, I don't need to stay up till 4 AM to watch top 8. Thank god. I only need to stay up till, you know, 3 or 2 or whatever the fuck it was. I think it was 3 and it was 5 for Street Fighter. Like great. I'm not gonna stay up till fucking 5 to watch Street Fighter. I love Street Fighter, but I'm not as interested in watching as I am Tekken and Guilty Gear. This is not... I'm only doing this because there was fairies. I'm gonna try not to get hit by these wish ropes as I get these fairies. Thank god. Thank god. Thank god. Right. Is there anything else like hidden in here? That's the dead end. Oh wait, this is where the boss room is. Oh, I'm stupid. I need to go to the bottom. I need to go to the bottom right one. But yeah, I'm actually kind of happy that Guilty Gear is not as big as Street Fighter anymore. Like it's great. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my head's fire, it like explodes. Could have really done a prediction to see if I was going to beat this. If I die, we'll do a prediction for the second go. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I clearly need to take both heads out at the same time. Come on, come on. Hell yeah. Oh god, it's turned into a weird skeleton thing. Knocked me down and killed me. Right. Now we know. Playing games doing mad numbers all the time. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, like, Guilty Gear Strive Evo numbers were, and even not just Evo, like other majors before it, like, Guilty Gear Strive's entry numbers have been way higher than previous years. Player numbers have exploded as well. You know, thanks to things like coming out on Game Pass. Even if that broke the crossplay servers for a while. Let's go through the middle again, because we know this road. Yeah, fighting game's definitely making a comeback. And it's one of those things where it's kind of sad to admit as someone who prefers other games to Street Fighter, but like when Street Fighter is doing good, fighting games are doing great, you know? Like, it's not like fighting games were doing bad when Street Fighter 5 was out and was the main Street Fighter, but, you know, it's... Street Fighter 6 being huge is part of the reason that everything is doing even better now. But it is worth remembering, like, before that happened, like, before Street Fighter 6 came out, Guilty Gear Strive was still huge. Like, it's not as big as it wasn't as big then as it is now. And yeah, Tekken 7 was carrying as well. Tekken 7 and Guilty Gear Strive were, like, start, like, if Street Fighter 6 had been garbage, the fighting game like scene would still be doing great because those two games were huge. Right, let me see if I remember how to do this. Let's do this. Right, will we beat the boss second time? Because, you know, let's see, first time. Alright, everyone, you have 1 minute. 1 minute's probably too long, right? Yeah, your predictions in. Will we beat the boss this time? This is the first time that we're fighting it. Should I manage to take the dying Dragon Ball Fighters scene too? Dragon Ball Fighters dying is such a weird situation because it's also kind of not dead. Like, it has a huge number of players still, and like if they fixed it and they got the rollback thing out and they balanced it, you know, improved the balance in some ways that people like, it could still be huge. Like, the only thing that's preventing Dragon Ball FighterZ from being one of the biggest fighting games in the world again is support. Which I wonder how much of that is like Arc System Works not being that big and not being, you know, being split between all these things. I was there when it's peaking and it's so wildly different now. Yeah, that's true. Alright, predictions are in. 100% on yes, so only one person voted, but it's fine. Crash, let's see if you're gonna lose your money, assuming it was you predicting. Good start. Come on. Come on. Alright. This guy doesn't seem that bad, assuming he doesn't have some other move. You just need to not be in the ground when he does that. That was easy. We did it! Yeah, you can only lose. Unfortunately, there's nothing in the game, nothing on Discord to let us, like, give you extra channel points for winning if you're the only one. Wait, we did it. We got Harp anyway. And we got Seed of Life, which looks kinda like testicles. Life begins anew when birds carry this, yeah? The Seed of Life to new lands. Cool. Yeah, I was watching, who was I watching? I think it was SQ. Was checking like the player numbers, like the recent player numbers for games that people consider like dead, and like Dragon Ball FighterZ has still got like a ton of people playing it. And so does Granblue. But Granblue's probably got a bit of a jump because the new one got announced and is coming out. Which Granblue is one of the ones I would love to try and spend some time with when that comes out. There's too many fighting games now. There's too many fighting games and they're all good. Somewhere in Holodrum. That's pretty vague. Thank you. Good luck, Proto. Yeah, Granblue, the pandemic and bad netcode were the death of Granblue. Like, by all accounts, people like that game. And it could have been something huge. I mean, it's still like, the entry numbers at EVO and stuff like that for the beta tournament were high. And the entry numbers they've had at like other majors and stuff have been high. They just came out at an unfortunate time. Okay, look. This is cool. Are we getting in practice for launch tournament be hosted in Glasgow? That never happened, yeah. I think I've told you this before. I got a, I made like a US account to buy the game early because it was like, it didn't have a release date in the EU region, but like it was out in Asia and the US, and so I was like, well, I'll just fucking buy it there then. It may have been a Hong Kong account, remember right, actually. But it ended up coming out not that long after anyway, it's just they didn't announce anything. So like there was no way to know that it was coming out, it was just like, yeah, this game's out everywhere else. We'll get to you someday maybe. Right, we didn't get told where to go, they just said somewhere in the... Oh my god, switch, I kind of want a potion though. Potion would be handy. What time is it? We can at least get to the next dungeon. Oh, she's left, okay, never mind. Yeah, it was an awkward launch, for sure, which is weird for such a huge property. I guess not that weird given Granblue is like not a thing here, really? Like the mobile game isn't out here, is it? Blast ring, bomb damage go up, that's pretty neat. Get rid of these, it's the power ring, sword damage and damage taken goes up. Yeah, not officially. The like ring, become a like. I don't think that's a very useful ring. There's an EN account on Twitter and the game is in English too. But it's not in our app stores. Yeah, I think you're not officially meant to, but I think there's like ways to access the web version here. Which is like the way to do it. I never looked into it too much. Because, I mean, I wasn't that interested, I'll be honest. I was interested enough to be like, where did this thing come from? Right. Look, I assume that we just need to go to the one part of the map we've not been to yet. It'll be difficult, but you can find it, good luck. Yeah, okay, they're not even giving us hints because the game is just like, where could it be? Where on this map could it be? Where on this map could it be? There's so many places it could be. There's so many places it could be. Probably one of these two places will not be. I played it on the mobile that way. I gave it a go in the lead for the thing and it was okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I've heard. It's okay. Need to kind of really be bought into like the gacha waifu aspect of it. Which, hey, I'm not criticizing. Everyone's got their thing. Oh god. Give me these. It's just a seed. Oh, I didn't even know there was an enemy. It doesn't surprise me, but... The fighting game had like what seemed like a pretty in-depth story mode and I just never stuck with it. I really should have played more of that. Because it seemed cool, like it had like beat 'em up sections. So, if I remember right, there's a... Where's the little island? Is that it? Is the audio kind of crunchy for people? Hold on, but... Hasn't changed nothing. Maybe it's just like that. I've just never noticed before. Does it sound okay now? I think it's fine. I think I'm just like... I think I have my audio up higher and I'm hearing like background notes that I hadn't heard before. And I'm like, this is weird. Yeah. Kinda crunchy. Let me try... doing... Oops. That sounds fine now. The map screen one still sounds a little crunchy, but maybe it's just like that, and I've just never noticed before because we don't spend that much time on the map screen. There was a little island that had a tree on it. I don't remember what it is. Yeah, I think it's just a map screen. It was in that previous dungeon as well, but it must just be like the kind of basic like background notes. This isn't the right place. Oh, I got Thing and I go again, but Taken 7, Guilty Gear Strive, and Street Fighter 6 have more. Yeah, I'm the same. I want to try the new one when it comes out, but I feel like if I was going to add any new game, like any new fighting game to my repertoire, it would be Under Night. Because what very little I played of Under Night, I really enjoyed. But the netcode wasn't there, so I had no way to play it. Just like I'm not. Yeah, Mortal Kombat 1 as well. I've never been a big Mortal Kombat guy. Like, I think they're alright, but I'm not. There's been very little about them that's kind of like super interested in me. I'll fuss Mortal Kombat, but most of my pals begin it. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at, is I have a bunch of friends that'll be playing it, and so I'm like, well, I'll probably end up picking up. Maybe I'll wait till it's cheap. The story mode will be fun, those story modes are always fun. I don't know which one we want to make this. Try one. I'll try and get that piece of heart that was down there. No. Not one. I think in summer those go away. It makes sense because this was like a summer era. Spring. There's a good chance that I'll also cave and get it, but it's not really. This isn't the right thing. It's not really my thing. Under Night, I might try and get into. I don't know. I said that when Persona got rollback as well. I was like, I'm definitely going to get way into Persona 4 Arena because I like that game. I want to spend a bunch of time with it, and then I did not do that. What was in this cave? Oh, nothing. Barely touched the last two, so I'm gonna try to hold that. That's fair. Yeah, I've still got Persona. Yeah, I mean, we should all get way into Persona 4 Arena. I tried to for a while, and I think I picked one of the hardest characters. So I was playing, oh, the girl from Persona 3, she has a bow and arrow in the game. Easy to hit this with a sword. Nope. Yukari, yeah. She has like a weird Power Ranger outfit and the thing. Yeah, I was playing her. She's kind of difficult because she's like a ranged character with a bow and arrow, and she has like a bunch of like weird setup stuff that I was not doing good at. Taking him in, Yukari. Yeah, sounds about right. Okay, well this wasn't the tree I was looking for, but I found one. Oh hell yeah, we got a potion. That's actually very good. Especially given we're so fucking low on health. That's not what I meant to equip. Yeah, I was playing with her a bit, and she seems difficult to learn. And then I just kind of fell off it. But that game seemed good. But yeah, there's like so many other fighting games to play. Where am I going? Oh, I go here. There's just so many games. Yeah, that's true. There's so many games in general, not just fighting games. But like fighting games require so much like time dedicated for learning them. And I just don't have that time. I can dedicate some time to one or maybe two at a time. A lot of my Street Fighter and Guilty Gear kind of knowledge feels somewhat interchangeable because it's a lot of like fundamentals. But like, yeah. I'm not fighting you again. We spawn in the grass to try and get smoked. Let's put this there. You sons of bitches. Give me health. Nope. No, 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 no. God damn it, you definitely die here. But yeah, I don't have time to even dedicate to one really. We're trying to get better at Guilty Gear when the new season comes out in like 3 days. So soon. You get lost. You need to get down there, which I assume I should just go that way. Because yeah, the new season starts when Johnny comes out on the 24th? That's what? Thursday? And some of the changes are, like, people got to play that patch at Versus Fighting this weekend. And some of those changes are wild. Can't believe we're in season 3 already. Yeah, it's crazy. Jesus, I'm gonna definitely die. It's a good thing we got that potion. Come on. Come to me. Yeah. I would hit the game hard while the roster was small and now there's so many characters. Yeah, they've added, what, 8 characters? I think it's been 4 each season? Was there 5 in the first season? Forget. Been a lot. I think we need these seeds. I don't know if this is the right way. I mean, this seems elaborate, so it must be something. Hey. You shoot me. Love the seed. Gross. Don't you agree? Yeah, sure. Here's a human I understand. Let me fill your satchel for you. Thanks, buddy. Because I love the seed. But yeah, some of the season 3 changes are wild. Like, not just the characters, but like gameplay mechanics. So, like, weight differences are gone. Like, all characters are the same weight now. So, stuff that only worked on Pip that didn't work on Demkin, for example, isn't a thing anymore. At least not for that reason. Which seems like a bizarre change. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Maybe I should try it. They also changed... Ugh, what else did they change? Can you go that way? Yeah, so the patch notes aren't out yet. This is just people got to play it at the weekend. But yeah, I'm interested in seeing what the patch notes say, because it seems like they've changed the game. And that's on top of like, there's a bunch of new moves and stuff like that. Like everyone now has a like kind of guard crush kind of attack that uses burst meter. This is not where I want to go. I'm gonna go through all that just to get my goddamn seed satchel refilled. There has to be more here. May can jump off her dolphin now. But it sounds like she got nerfed in basically every other way. Also, I feel like every time they nerf May, people find like a few days later like, oh actually the other changes gave her a gun or something like crazy. Let's try and jump around here. Oh god, I instantly fucked that up. Well, we used our potion, which is fine. Need you guys to not be here. Okay, great. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. What was the point of all this jumping puzzle stuff? No way was it just to get seeds. This is crazy. What is this game? Right. Can't go back that way. I do actually need to go this way. God. Right. I saw people speculating that Eno might be really good this patch, which is exciting because I like Eno and I'm really bad with Eno. So if they just make her good, then that means I don't need to learn, right? That's how I've got by with May so far. Right, this dude's here. Bombs away. I can't throw these back, right? I'm pretty sure I tried this already. Can't do this. Okay, no, I can't do shit. Throw bombs at him. Oh. I can't just jump up there, right? That would be kind of... I feel like that has to be where we're going though, right? Like this is the only bit we've not seen. But I think I'll need to dive into a more basic character and Strive first and then try Chip again. Chip's not... Wait, I think the thing with Strive is that there's not really that much. Anyone off that base roster is as simple as they're gonna get, I think. Like, Chip's not that crazy. That is true, he is very fast. That's actually the issue I found. I tried to learn to play Asuka when he came out, and I fucking love playing Asuka. Like, all the card mechanic shit, so good. And you can just sit and, like, juggle people like it's fucking Tekken or something. It's really fun. Also, he dies in, like, 2 hits, and it's like, okay. I can't play this character. It's just, I can't do this. Anyway, enter my domain. Great level. Okay, so we found a way. Go fuck this guy up. Fed up with this guy shooting cannons at me all this goddamn time. I'm gonna stab him in his goddamn face. Oh, of course he's not here now. Hey, assholes. Pesky kid has come. I won't let you stand up to me anymore. This time, victory will be mine. I think this time I need to throw them back. Yep. That was right, I just needed to wait until it's here. Okay, I fucked this up twice, but I know how to do it. I feel like I'm really glad that May was the character that I stuck with to start with in Strive, because she is relatively straightforward. She helped me learn how to do charge moves properly and how to do charge moves like into combos, like by holding back, you know, while I'm doing other moves, which I think I just never would have thought of myself because I didn't play fighting games. Which is, you know, transferred into me playing DJ and Street Fighter. I can't be defeated as long as I don't drop my bomb behind me and start a fire. Yep, hope that never happens. Wait, oh, I need to wait till he has a bomb in his hands. I get it. That actually kind of more annoying than I thought. Come on, drop your bomb behind you. But it's funny, I've got like every season pass in Guilty Gear Strive and have not. The closest I've come to playing any of the DLC characters, like, for more than just, you know, messing about with them as they first come out, is Asuka. What am I doing here? I need to... He just said I need to get it behind him. Oh, there we go. It was literally just I needed to bomb him as he was throwing it, but the timing seemed off at all times. I got it. How could this child defeat me? I'll remember this. I shall get my revenge. This is not where we had to go. No, we literally just got a piece of heart for this. Okay, I need to go figure out how to get that piece of heart in the swamp now. Because it's the only piece we've seen that I've not got. Look out, fuck these guys up. Okay, so now we definitely know where the last thing is. It could be anywhere on the map. Okay, let's go to the swamp. Let's go get this piece of heart. But yeah, I would like to learn Ino. I played Ino a little bit. And... I don't remember when. But like, I took a break from playing May for a bit. I was like, I'm gonna play Ino. Ino's just... He's so hard to play. There was a brief moment where she was pretty good, and then they randomly just fucking nerfed her. And it's like, why did you... Why? Why? Yeah, I did that as well. I did that with Tekken as well. Like, I never touched most of the characters in Tekken. Even though, like, I would probably, in theory, like Armor King more than I like King, but I'm not giving up on the King. Usually do I end up maining someone in the third final season? Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, Street Fighter 5, I was saying before, the only time I got remotely interested in Street Fighter 5 was when, is it Akira, her name? Oh god, the water's way different here. Oh god. From Rival Schools was added. Oh, we got heart container. Cool. Let's get the fuck out of here. He's the witch. Let's go. Actually, can we buy potions now? Because we met the witch in that town, right? Prepping to go to, because this next area we have to go to is where we got fucked up last time. You know what game whose characters and the season passes actually I really got into? Dragon Ball Fighters. Like weirdly, when I went back to play Dragon Ball Fighter, because there was a brief moment before before Strive came out where I was just like playing other fighting games waiting for Strive. And, you know, trying to improve in some way. I played Dragon Ball Fighters for a bit. And Super Baby 2, all-time great character. Just so much fun. Yep, give me that. Like, I can't believe they made a goddamn Dragon Ball GT character one of the most fun characters to play in that game. Where, like, he knocks people up into the air, then he goes up, starts spinning them around. It's so fucking good. Never did learn 3 full characters in that game despite taking on some of Scotland's best wildlife. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, well, fly just landed on my desk in front of me. Learned Gogeta Blue and Vegeta Super Saiyan. Yeah, I played Super Baby 2 is like the one I kind of spent time trying to get decent with, and Hit as well, and I never really had a third. And I also never spent that much time with it. I just like Hit because I like him in the anime, and also he plays kind of differently from everyone else. I don't know the best place to go. Here's probably the best place to go. I did enjoy that game though. I will probably jump back into it a little bit when the rollback hits, if it ever comes out, because God knows. I do genuinely just feel like Arc System Works is probably overextended between working on Strive, working on Dragon Ball Fighters, working on Blue. That's why stuff like DNF Duel was mostly 8ings, but I don't know how much like Arc System Works had invested in that as well, because like that would explain why DNF Duel went fucking quiet for like a year and everyone was like, hey, is this game just dead? That's another one that I was like, I would like to get into that game, it seems fun, but every time I see anyone play I get put in the mood, but I don't really want to invest in more, especially when the local scene is where I played that most, and that is dead. Yeah, that's true. I was disappointed when Edinburgh got announced recently, like it doesn't have Strive even. I'm like, is Strive gonna be dead as well? Don't kill Strive. But also I never actually went to the local scene, so it's fine. I have no right to complain. Okay, we can't do this until we have the thing. That's fine. Oh god. I do think I'm definitely going to try and go to Edinburgh and take part in Street Fighter. I think that'll be a fun experience. I can't remember why I didn't go earlier in the year. Like the one they did. Whatever it was. I can't do that. Oh wait, can I summon my stupid bear? That's me, I shouldn't call him stupid, he's a cool bear. Nope, okay. No bear here. We're trying to make that my brother's birthday's near it, so it's basically depending on which side it always make my. Yeah, that's fair. No worries. It'd be cool if you make it though. It'd be nice to see you in person again. We'll have to switch seasons at some point, but I'm not really sure to what yet. Get out of here, birds. It has been too long. Okay, let's get rid of the snow. Snow seems to be a hindrance at this point. Let's make it summer because I saw a wall that we could theoretically climb a vine on. That's all I'm working off of right now. And it's dead end. Cool. Can't bomb these, right? Nope. Okay. Wait, if we make it autumn and these holes get filled with leaves, can we run over them? That might work. Quickly check if there's anywhere else that we've made. Interesting. Oh, we can climb this. That's something. Oh, this is a big something. Go. Never mind. It's not a big something. That door is covered by trees. I bet we can jump down from like floor above or something. But yeah, there's too many fighting games. Let's see if this works. I'm still really hoping that we get Slayer in season 2 of Strive. Or season 3 of Strive, sorry. I hoped we'd get him in season 2, but we did not. The Slayer is definitely my fave. It'd be nice if we get a new character, but I feel like season 3 is going to be fan favorites. I don't think they're going to be like, here's some new person. Maybe someone gets like a major redesign. Like Testament did. Testament is actually another character I would really like to learn. They're just like one of the coolest looking goddamn characters in a game that's filled with cool characters. Right. No, probably snow. I don't know what else we get past those rocks. It must be snow. So let's just jump down there. Yeah, there we go. This is what we want. I have a sneaky suspicion the last dungeon is underground. Because there's a portal here and I remember an angry looking volcano underground. Not here though, right? Interesting. Maybe it's not. Hey. What are you doing? This shoots off huge fireworks. That was a boss key. What the fuck? What are you doing? One of those was a boss key. That's fucked up. Now I'm confused though. We went all this way here. Wait, can we throw a bomb in them? Maybe we need to set off the fireworks. Yeah! You want the fireworks? We'll give them goddamn fireworks. Oh shit. That seems bad. We might have caused a natural disaster. It's still a natural disaster if we cause it. Important questions that I will bring up in court for war crimes. Well, this guy seems happy about it, so that's good. Everything still seems fine down here. Things seem less fine up here. But our way is clear, so that's... Yes, we destroyed some like historical architecture, but our way forward is clear. And at the end of the day, what's more important? You did the war crime. Cool. Like 4, yeah, I know how architecture work. Jesus. Well, that one didn't cause a war crime, thankfully. Yeah, Link was just like, I don't know, fuck it. Volcanoes are cool. That guy was trying to do it. Like, if we hadn't done it, that guy eventually would have figured out throwing something explosive in there, did it? Really, we just accelerated it. Well, the good thing is we got rid of those trees, which were in the way, and everyone knows getting rid of trees is good. Especially given the goal of this game is, like, saving the environment. Just like, because a mad one is true. Literally, the aim of this game is we're trying to save the environment because someone fucked up the seasons, and we're like, yeah, well, we burned down all these goddamn trees with lava. Actually, that's a good plan and good for the environment. You know the world has too much of? Trees. They did a Final Fantasy. Yep, that sounds about right. Alright, let's go here. So how do we go across there? Oh, there's a magnet thing. Cool. Best sound in the game time. A damn little jelly thing. Right. I'm not falling for this again. Take this and do this. Okay, well they died, so that's fine. One of my favorites is 5, as you know, and it's full of environmental themes. People are using natural resources, aka crystals, and exploration is harming the planet. Weird. This seems like a recurring thing in Final Fantasy. But then the villain turns out to be a tree, so... oh, exploitation, not exploration. Yeah, got it. Yeah, sounds about right. He was an evil tree, though. He was also a creepy looking tree, so that makes it okay to kill him. These... They try and bless them. Oh. Well, that seems like I fucked that up. Right. Back we go. Forget that happened. Ah, this is the first time we've got into this room. I'll fuck this up instantly again. Can we move this one? Perfect. We nailed it. You guys get this. Okay. So the fun thing is that once we start doing the Oracle of Ages, not only are we going to have a lot of like pausing to switch items a bunch, we're also going to have a lot of straight up just switching games a bunch, which is going to be even more menus. It's going to be hilarious. I've not played many of the old Zelda games, but did they beat Pokemon to the strength puzzle punch? Yeah, I think the pushing blocks around and stuff is definitely a staple of older Zelda games. Like, I think they were in Zelda 1. Yeah, Zelda's to blame. I think the, I was gonna say I think the conveyor belt ones might be Pokemon though, but actually Zelda might have had those first as well. All the puzzles you hate in Pokemon games, they might be Zelda's fault. Okay, we can jump down here at some point. I'm not gonna do that now because there's clearly something here. Ah, this is the portal I was looking for, I think. Yeah, here we go. This is where the angry volcano is. Look at him, he's angry. Wait. Sword and shield dungeon. Okay. Look at this guy. His eyes follow us. Why did we climb in his mouth? I'm gonna save here. Oh wait, save it again first. Then do that. Does it save them both? No. What time is it? It's 20 to 12. I'll probably go stream for a bit longer. But I don't know. Oh, if you just keep doing this dungeon, I guess. Let's keep going for now, I think. I was potentially going to play something else, but I hadn't actually really considered what the other thing was. More Zelda. I just don't know if I'm going to have... I don't know if I'm going to stream long enough to do an entire other dungeon is the thing. Especially because this is the last main dungeon. Like, I assume there's going to be a boss, like, dungeon afterwards. And that might be... like, more. This might be a long dungeon sometime. Ah, fuck it, let's just play it. Let's just do this dungeon. If I would like to try and get this game done this week as well, is also the thing. So, might as well play more. I don't know how often I'm going to be able to stream this week, but I might not be streaming next Monday. Because I'm going to go watch wrestling. And I should be back. These guys have their eyes shut, which is strange. Oh god. I go down to London to watch a wrestling thing on Sunday. And I'm coming back up on the Monday and should be back like relatively early. But I might also be exhausted, so I might not stream. Yeah, AEW All In. Gonna be a fun one. Huge. It's gonna be the first wrestling event I've went to, and it's like the biggest wrestling event. So it seems like a good time to go to one. Like a real historical one. I'm looking forward to it. There's not like a lot of... They've announced, I think, all of, if not most of the matches. There's not like a ton that I'm like, this is gonna be the best show ever. But they're kind of doing the thing where they're like, look, we don't know when we're gonna be here again, so we're just gonna get all of your favorite guys in some kind of match. Might not be the best match they've ever had, but you know, it'll be good. And that's kind of what it has to be. I'm okay with that. It'll be cool to get to see Kenny Omega wrestling. And, you know, everyone's favorite fighting game player, Kenny Omega. Yeah, that's kind of all it needs to be. Everyone's favorite Twitch streamer, Adam Cole, is main eventing, which is going to be fun. Which I wonder if he's going to come out in video game gear, because last time he main evented the pay-per-view, he came out with Master Chief themed gear, because he's like a huge Halo fan. Which was pretty fun. Kenny Omega also likes to come out in gaming themed stuff, like he came out dressed as Sans from Undertale on Halloween a few years ago. And Cyrus from Destiny. He's probably dressed up as a Street Fighter character at some point. He's a big Street Fighter guy. Oh Jesus. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be fun. I'm not looking forward to the travel though, because I stupidly bought like really early flights. Just because they were cheap and available. Although it's worked well because like I got them with EasyJet and EasyJet cancelled a bunch of their flights that weekend. So our weird like 6 AM flights are doing good. I need a cape. I keep looking for the feather. I'm too used to the feather because we had it for so much of this game. It's fucking hand. I don't know if we can kill the hand, can we? Do they respawn? They respawn. Which is fine. Oh jeez. Oh jeez, those are fast. Ah, fucked it. But yeah, that means I might not be streaming next Monday. So I'll probably sneak in a couple of random evening streams this week. And we'll get Zelda finished. And then we'll start Oracle of Ages at some point. There's also a couple other things I want to play. I would like to, in the vein of Crystal Bears, I would like to play through like a random, not as well known game. I feel like these are pretty well known. Like in the standard of Zelda games, they're maybe not as well known as, you know, Ocarina of Time or whatever. But there's a couple like PS2 games that I never see anyone talk about that I would like to stream. I just keep jumping in lava here. Just be patient. Like I'd quite like to stream Summoner 2. I don't think anyone except me played Summoner 2 or remembers it existed, but I love that game. What did that do? It opened the door. Let's just assume it opened the door. Also, Metal Arms glitch in the system. I don't know if anyone remembers that game. It was like a PS2 third-person shooter where you played as a little robot dude and you could like jack into the heads of other robot dudes and take over them. It was... well, I mean, I remember it being pretty fun at the time. I don't know if it actually was fun. So I feel like a lot of people know about Summoner 1 because it was like a PS2 launch game and, you know, it was like the RPG for the PlayStation 2 for a long time. I've heard people describe V and the DMC basically as a similar game but better. Yeah, kinda. Summoner 1 at least. Summoner 2 is... calling it Summoner is kind of a misnomer because you don't really summon things, you like turn into them. Okay, I didn't need to kill those guys, there was nothing there. Which I could have checked because I did just get a compass. Oops. But Summoner 2 had like some cool ideas. It wasn't an amazing game. Like I'm not going to sit here and be like Summoner 2 is the best game ever made. It was like a clunky action RPG. It was fine. I bet some of the writing has aged like fucking milk. Like you know, it was a goddamn early 2000s RPG. You know, there are multiple female characters who wear basically like armor fucking bikinis because that was the thing at the time. But Jesus, I'm gonna fucking die here. Oh, I did die here. Whoops. Let me just do But like, I remember enjoying it, and it had some like cool ideas and mechanics that other games would eventually kind of rip off. Like Dragon Age Inquisition had this whole mechanic where at a certain point you're kind of like in charge of a place, and you could like sit on a throne and people would come up and talk, not really a throne, but you could sit and like people would come up and talk to you with their problems, and you could choose things, and then eventually you'd get some kind of return on them. Summoner 2 had all that, like back on the PS2. It wasn't as elaborate, it was pretty basic. It was just, you know, people come talk to you with problems, and depending on what you say, you'll get some money later, or you'll get a new quest line will open up, blah blah blah. But that stuff's the stuff I remember being really cool in that game, not necessarily the actual like action combat, which was kind of, again, kind of a mediocre PS2 action game. So it's not one that I necessarily think I will play through the entirety of on stream, because I think compared to something like Crystal Bearers, where like Crystal Bearers the combat was not good, but it didn't really matter because you could kind of skip most of the combat to some degree. Similar to like the combat is the game, like you need to do it. I'm also not 100% sure how easy it is. I never played Summoner 1. I don't know if I ever played Summoner 1 now I think about it. I'm pretty sure I played it at some point, but I didn't play it before I played Summoner 2. I'm pretty sure you can just jump into 2. But we'll see if that gets confusing as well. But yeah, like, whether or not we end up playing the entire thing, like I didn't intend to play the entirety of Crystal Bearers. Like that was just going to be a one-off. Yeah, exactly. I think it'd be fun to see on stream. Like I didn't intend to play the entire Crystal Bearers, it was just Crystal Bearers ended up being fun enough that I was like, okay, I might as well stick with this. Oh, we just never went in this room. There's this whole room here we just didn't go in. How do we open the eyes of these things? The boomerangs do it? Let's equip these and these. Do you do anything? Ah, okay. Need the berries, or the seeds. None of these are gonna move. I'm not even gonna fucking try. This is definitely just to make it look like they can move. But yeah, I'd like to do a few streams like that. Like, obviously I'm gonna play through all of this and all of Oracle of Ages. And then after I finish these, I want to try and go through, I mentioned this on our stream, but I would like to go through the Kirby games. Like, all of them, eventually, over time. That's a long project, that's not a, you know, that's not a, hey, we'll spend a couple of weeks getting through all the Kirby games. What am I doing here? I don't think I need to use these seeds. Does the boomerang work? No. I do need to use seeds. Does it need specifically these ones? No, just any seeds. Interesting. So it's not just an order for these. It's like me try to play all the Final Fantasy games squeezed into lunch-only streaming segments. That's a big one. Yeah. It's a long-term project to try and encourage me to keep streaming, I think. And also just, it's kind of a fun thing about it. The thing is, here's the secret. The bit of streaming I'm more interested in is the production side of things. I don't really care about being a host on a camera, you know, playing games. It's fun to sit and chill with you guys and chat while I play games. But I want to try and do, I want to do some kind of production-y stuff around playing all the Kirby games. It might be fun. Some weird edits and stuff. Oh, I can do it from up here. Oh, I know what this is. We're going to get a slingshot that lets us shoot 3 things. This is just, yeah, that's what we're doing. Right, I wasted all of those fucking seeds. Yeah, I think it'd be fun. The production side just interests me more. I'm not a real, you know, extroverted guy. I'm not although I do think things like streaming help. Oh Jesus. Remind us to show you guys. It's the creative side of it, yeah, exactly. So like a thing that I've been messing about with is making little GIF animations out of sprites. So I want to try and make some little like, I mean they're just GIFs for now, just because GIFs are easy. But it's easy enough to make them into like video files. But I found a good tool for like making sprite animations and then scaling them up, you know, so they don't. Because the sprites for like Kirby games are 8-bit, so a lot of them are tiny. I found a good tool for like scaling them up in a cool way and editing them in fun ways. I'd like to make, even if it's just making, you know, a custom start screen per game, you know, it's still a bit more creative in a fun way. You know, doing some little animations here and there. Animate sprites for nice emotes as well. That's true. That's true. I mean, who would do such a thing? Who would take just like sprites from some game and then make an animated emote out of them? Crazy concept. Imagine. But yeah, exactly. And I figure like we play Kirby games and I like the Kirby games, and there's some that I'm not 100% sure I've played. You know that thing where like you play a bunch of games ages ago and you're like, I'm pretty sure I played Kirby's Dream Land 3, but I don't remember. Maybe I didn't. And also by the time we reach it, I'll have forgotten everything about Kirby and the Forgotten Land, which would be great because I love that game, and being able to play it, remembering very little of it, will be great. Like I can't remember, I think I made that game my game of the year last year. I don't know why I'm backtracking all the way up here. I can't remember if there was actually a key door up here. I think there was. Jesus, oh Jesus. Yay! Okay, it wasn't all for nothing. Thank God for that. What's one of these? One of these. So we can go back down right away and go down if we want. If we go to the right from that, we can get chests. We can magnet over here. We'll suddenly find a lot of places we can go. Magnets. But yeah, that's kind of my plan. That's all I do. And then ideally I would edit together some footage and stuff after the end and make some little kind of transitions. Like the thing, this is just gonna tell me, hey by the way you're gonna get a thing that shoots 3 seeds, right? AC cores, make piercing blades. No, okay, that's... Not what I thought you'd say. If I have time, I might even try and like make a custom start screen for Oracle pages before we start that. Because again, all the sprites are... The fun thing actually about investigating and getting into all this stuff is I used to make really shitty sprite comics as a kid. Young teenager, you know, child. And all of the same websites still exist, which is very fun. Like all the same websites I used to use for getting sprites are still going strong, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, 8-bit theater. I loved 8-bit Theater. I ripped off 8-bit Theater so much. I actually had a friend that we made. He was not a Scottish guy. Actually, he was from where was he from? He was more into that style of making sprite comics. I kind of did a lot of just simple like 6-panel things. He liked the kind of, because 8-bit Theater did these like big vertical, you know, panels not quite connected with a lot of like black space in between them and lots of text and stuff like that. Wait, what did I say? Silent watch may be needed. I don't know what that means. And he enjoyed doing that, and we made like a comic together very, very briefly. It was kind of that style, and that was fun. My comics were very much terrible though, because I was not into the whole like writing idea. I was into the make these characters punch each other thing, and so there wasn't a lot of story. It was just, and then Samus showed up and she shot a guy, and it's like, okay, that's not really a comic. Well, you know, I was like, you know, 12. I was, you know, I was figuring that shit out. Oh my god, can I? I don't think this is what I meant to do, but I might be able to just... Nope. Turn around and do this. Okay, that's not gonna work. Need to move that before we can get up here. I remember 8-bit Theater being good, but I don't know how well it's aged. I remember really liking... There was one called In Wily's Defense that I really liked. It was like a comic where it framed like Mega Man games where Dr. Wily was the good guy. And like he was just misunderstood, and like Mega Man was this horrible killing machine that his rival kept sending to kill all his creations. It was a pretty fun comic. I don't know how well that's aged, but I remember enjoying it a lot. 8-bit Theater, it has probably got some issues, but I bet it's not too bad. I remember I used to take sprites to fake screenshots of fan games I was definitely making when I was a kid. Oh, yeah, I was definitely making when I was a kid. Back before I tried RPG Maker. Yeah, that's definitely a thing that happened much as well. I definitely did stuff like that as well. Gamer things tend to age poorly, but I don't think they're that bad at it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there'll definitely be some issues with it. If I remember right, like, Black Mage was pretty, like, uncomfortably forward with the White Mage, but I think that was, like, treated in such a way most of the time. Like, wait, why did that move? Why this moved? But we're gonna take this. Oh hey, we got a chest. The dungeon map. Yeah, I remember like the stuff with Black Mage and White Mage being iffy even at the time, but I think a lot of it was not played for laughs. It was played for. It was played for, you know, this character sucks, and, you know, he's not a good guy. He's the Black Mage that wants to destroy the world and is weird about this White Mage. I don't even know if that stuff was that bad. It was just a while ago. And there was also Bob and George. Bob and George was the big one for a while. It was kind of the big one. There was another Metroid one that I can't remember the name of. But there was a Metroid one that was, oh, that all is rotate around the other way. We might be able to get that chest actually if we go that way. Come on, let's go that way. We'll be able to get back here anyway. I'm blank on what the Metroid one was, but there was a Metroid one that was really popular as well, like an 8-bit OG Metroid one. I remember being fun. But yeah, none of the stuff I made was ever good. Because, like I said, I was like a 12-year-old kid that was throwing together random shit to make fight scenes and vaguely writing a story around them. Hey buddies, you all coming to life? Nice to see you. I have this cool boomerang I'd like you to. Here we go. Yeah, my first exposure to Metroid was probably a sprite comic. Yeah, same. I had no idea what Metroid was until I found a sprite comic about it and I was like, that's cool. Honestly, it might be how I found out about Mega Man as well. Right, let's go this way. It was definitely how I found out about some of the weirder Mega Man games, like Mega Man 8. I learned about Mega Man 8 because no one liked using the sprites for comics. In part just because there was less of them. There was less of them, they were more complex, so it was harder to edit them. Because that style of sprite was only used in Mega Man 8, whereas, you know, the style that was used for the 8-bit games was used across all of them. And I think the Mega Man 7 stuff was only used in Mega Man 7 as well, though, to be fair. And those were quite popular. Anything here that we need the seeds for? Nope, this is just here. We just went round in a big stupid circle. Great. This is also just a big stupid circle, right? Yes. It's just the chest that gave us a small key. I don't know how this moved, but it's fine. We'll take it. Let's go back to... Is there anything here? Wait, where does this one go? I think this before we go. Okay, this is the only thing in here, and there's nothing connected to this room, so we're fine. But yeah, it's been fun to mess around with kind of sprite stuff again. With actual, like, intention, and not just, oh, make them fight each other. Like, I actually have an idea in my head. You know, maybe it'll look bad, but that's fine. But I already think the din emote has been good, so it's all been worth it already. People seem to like it. I'm tempted to make one of the Subrosians dancing as well. I don't think it'll be as good as Din dancing, but I just kind of like how the Subrosians look. I would like to do something with the Wizrobes, but the Wizrobes I think have like, they look like they have like 3 frames of animation. Like, I don't think they don't have like multiple poses, it's just pointing in a direction, casting a spell. It might even be literally 2 frames of animation. But I just think their sprites look really cute. So it's like I kind of want to do something with them. But I don't think there's enough there to make like an emote out of. I need to properly look at their sprite sheet and see if there's anything. Like all of these Game Boy games, the number of actual animation frames is so low. It's fine, let's go down here. This is where these guys are. I don't like you guys. But I wouldn't mind a fairy. So I need to go up there. Like these guys. You know, they might not even have it. They might have 0 frames of animation. Yeah, they don't move. They are just a sprite. They teleport. They don't do anything when they shoot stuff. That's such a shame. They are so cute. Yeah, their animation is just a fade-in effect. That's not really something I could do anything with. Yeah, Game Boy Color can only do so much. Well, I don't know. Maybe someday if I like get decent at properly editing stuff and not just like stitching together already existing sprite sheets, maybe I'll try and make something custom for them. But not anytime soon. We got a ring! That's not what I thought would be here. I thought after all that there would be something useful. We were saying before too, this game's packed with the Game Boy Color. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of enemies in this. And like, yes, some of them are only gonna have 1 frame. The bats are clearly just like 2 frames repeating, you know? But there's a lot of them. And Link has a ton of animations. Look at him, he can jump and like glide, it's crazy. I thought the music was double in there, but I think it's just that that's what that song does. Well, I can't bother using the magnet gloves on you because it's a pain in the ass. I mean, it kinda did. I don't think any of the other games had. I mean, yeah, I shouldn't. Some other games definitely did that and stuff. Yeah, the magnet gloves definitely remind me of Breath of the Wild. Or I guess Tears of the Kingdom more specifically. I would love them to bring back... I don't know why I did that. I would love them to bring back the magnet gloves. As a thing that I did not remember from this game, they have been the standout, like, really fucking cool ability in this game. But if they do bring them back, they have to have the same absolutely fucking terrible sound effect. Because what's the point otherwise? Yeah, I agree. I definitely think that they should let Capcom take another crack at it. I would love to see what they would do now. It would probably be bizarre. To be fair though, I think Capcom being being absolutely fucking on fire with everything right now is probably why it wouldn't happen. Like, they're too busy being like, hey, we're making fucking bangers. We don't have time to make bangers for your franchises because all of our franchises are doing great. We need all of our people on Monster Hunter and Resident Evil and in my brain I would hope they're making a new Phoenix Wright and you know. Where are we going? $15 Zelda costumes and Street Fighter 6. That's it. That's what. Yeah, Monster Hunter World being a success was not something I really predicted. Not to the level that it became. Like, I thought it was going to do well, but I thought it was going to do like Monster Hunter well, where it did really well in Japan and okay here. The fact that it took off and became huge is wild to me. I have no idea where the fuck we're going. I'm just going in circles, hoping that I see somewhere I can use this new goddamn slingshot. Oh, we're gonna die. Back here. This stupid jumping puzzle. I need one of these to give me a goddamn fairy, thank you. But yeah, Monster Hunter World doing so well was like... I don't think even Capcom saw it coming. And then... Monster Hunter Rise did alright. I think it's only a matter of time until we get a World 2. I mean, they're also releasing stuff like, did Exo Primal fucking take off? Because I kind of don't think it did. I also don't know how much they expected it to take off, because Exo Primal is this weird as fuck thing. It seems really cool for what it is. World felt so much more accessible than PSP games. Took up a lot of my time. Yeah, it was the one that finally made Monster Hunter click for me. First time I truly clicked with, yeah, same. I liked them both, fell off early on, sunk so many hours into World. Before World, the one that I sunk most time into was Try for the Wii. Sorry, my leg went to sleep. I had to move. Try for the Wii was the first one that I sunk any time into. But even then I just hit a point where it needed me to do something marginally complicated, and I was like, I can't do that. World was the first one I was like, okay, this is how you do this. I get it. Like a sequel to World, Rise was okay, but the smaller areas were disappointment to me. I mean, that's kind of just the unfortunate side effect of being made for the Switch first. As much as I am like the defender of people think that the Switch is less powerful than it is, there's still limitations. Like, you could fit a whole Monster Hunter World on there, but they made the right choice in not going that route, I think. But then, yeah, also means when they ported it to everything else, it's like, well, this is nowhere near as elaborate as those. Right, we're back here. There's nothing here we can use the goddamn slingshot on. Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time till we get an announcement of it. Like, they have to be making it. Like, what else would you be doing? It's the biggest thing they've done in a while. It's not like they're like, all of our team are on Pragmata. Although, to be fair, a lot of that team might be on Dragon's Dogma 2. Which, you know, if we have to wait longer for Monster Hunter World 2 because... Here, I forgot about this room. If we have to wait longer for Monster Hunter World because we're getting Dragon's Dogma 2, that is a sacrifice I am willing to take, because I've been waiting so fucking long for Dragon's Dogma 2. I will fight every goddamn Monster Hunter fan if that's what it takes. Capcom announces stuff soon. Most of their big releases are out now. We might be doing Monster Hunter news. Is this true? Yeah. I would hope so. Hey, what are you assholes doing? It has been like quite a while since Rise at this point. An expansion came out, what, last year? Or was it last year it came out for PS5? Or was that this year? Hey, we have 2 keys now. That's crazy. Imagine having multiple keys at once. I do think it's funny that once a year we just get like a new Pragmata trailer that has her putting down a note saying, sorry, we're delayed again. Oh, minibus time. Go chill out. Considering how huge Monster Hunter is for Capcom, especially in Japan, I'm surprised it's taking this long. Yeah, I mean, they were still adding stuff to Monster Hunter Rise till relatively recently. It's kind of there. Oh, Jesus. This creepy looking guy. This isn't doing shit. Let's try... Nope. I mean, I guess let's try this. Try these birds? Oh. Interesting. And now if I should fire at them, will it hurt? Yes. That's... I must need to, like, do this. There's no way it expects me to, like, fucking keep switching scenes out like that. How the hell? I guess like that. But I do also hope that we get other Capcom stuff back. Like, I've been playing through Great Ace Attorney games, and I need a new Phoenix Wright. It's been so long. I'm really savouring Great Ace Attorney 2 because it's like the last like unplayed Phoenix Wright game for me. Nope. Nope. I feel like I'm doing this the wrong way. I want to use one of these, and I want to use 3 of these. Oh, damn. Okay, we'll get him next time. We know how to fight him now. Let's see. Still finished the last mainline Ace Attorney game. I don't know if I did either, actually. But honestly, my favourite stuff in that series has been the side stuff. Like, Great Ace Attorney 1 and 2 are probably my favourites. The only game that I think I might like more than them is Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, which I think is actually maybe my favourite. It's such a fantastic game. Like, I feel like they do such a good job of taking the bits of Phoenix Wright that I'm not super into, like the investigation stuff, which to be fair, in later games they kind of streamlined a lot anyway. But taking that and replacing it with Professor Layton puzzles, and it's like, okay, cool. You just took a thing that I wasn't, like, the weakest part of these games to me, replaced them with one of the strongest parts of this other game. Perfect. And also the story for that game is like, it has a very Professor Layton ending, but like, early on it gets fucking dark in a really weird way that I'm really into. So yeah, if you've never played that one, recommend it. If you have, play it. But they've also never ported that off the 3DS, which is really annoying. I would love to replay that on my Switch. Where do I go? How do I keep going? Oh, it's wrong. Picked up alongside Layton games, but I never got around to them. It's worth playing. It's really, really good. If you like either of those series, it's a really good entry. A really good entry to both of them. And it has a lot of similar mechanics to the Great Ace Attorney games. I think they were made around the same time as each other. I think Layton may have came out first? But like, all 3 of them have this kind of mechanic around spotting contradictions between testimony. The Great Ace Attorney games do it between like the jury testimony. I don't know if we're going the right way. Let's keep going in. The Great Ace Attorney games do it for like jury testimony, and then the Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright one does it for witnesses. It's really good. It's a fun mechanic. I think it's also just fun to like take those characters into like different settings. So like, the Great Ace Attorney is obviously, you know, a completely different time period, and this was the right one. The Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton stuff is like witch trials, and it's real cool. Like, it's this kind of fantasy-ish setting, and I really enjoyed it. But yeah, definitely worth trying. Let's go this way and fight this. So we want... Let's try this time. I think we'll do more damage. We hit them through. But I also don't know how easy it's going to be to hit with these without taking a ton of damage like that. Yeah, I don't know if this is the play. I don't think I can get close enough to hit him with that. Let's do this then and do... We have bombs? There's bomb plants in here. I'm gonna die. In slow ways we could probably just keep switching speeds. But it seems like it's gonna be so slow. I don't want to do that. He is fast, but the issue is just ways I have to do damage. I keep doing it. The ways I have to do damage are like kind of close range. Wait, no. That guy, I think he gives a fairy. No, he doesn't. Never mind. I thought those guys were guaranteed fairies. I think they are in one of the legends. Link to cast maybe, Link to Awakening. Let's actually do these the proper way for once. But really at the end of the day, the thing that I want from Capcom, I'm getting from Capcom, so I like... It would be nice to get more Phoenix Wright games. But we're getting a new goddamn Dragon's Dogma, so I am not going to complain. They could release nothing but garbage licensed games or something and I would be fine, because I'm getting Dragon's Dogma 2. You can Ghost Trick get attention, guys. Yeah, because that game's great, and no one played it. So I'm glad they not just like re-released it, but they also like got a bunch of attention on it. Yeah, I love Ghost Trick as well. I don't know if I ever finished Ghost Trick. I think it's one of those games where I think I finished it, but it was a while ago. I played a bunch of it, and I did really like that game. You know, it's on laptop back in uni and ended up buying a copy immediately after. Yeah, I think I was literally the same. I forget that was like that was a DS game originally, right? Not 3DS. I never had a DS, so I think I emulated it, and then when I bought a 3DS, I was like, I'm buying. Like I bought a bunch of DS games that I had only emulated. Yeah. Because I also bought the Chrono Trigger re-release they did on DS that was really good. And The World Ends With You, which I didn't play emulated because that game, playing that game emulated is a nightmare. Like, the controls are too DS specific to play with goddamn mouse. Oh jeez. Oh, and also the Mega Man Zero collection, which they, you know, have obviously redone recently, which I love those games. Those are my favorite Mega Man games. Pretty much same. I had no DS, but I got a 3DS in our final year. I think that's the same for me. I might not have even got it until I started working next year. And Greg Ghost Trick 2. Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember actually. I might not have got my 3DS until. I'm trying to remember what year I went to EGX. I definitely had my 3DS then. I don't know if I'd had it for... Oh, you know what? I didn't get my 3DS until... I got it when A Link Between Worlds came out. Because I got the pack-in version of that. Which that's also a great Zelda game. Oh my god. Just let me jump. That game would be kind of a pain in the ass to stream, but I wouldn't mind replaying that at some point. I've not played Link Between Worlds since the first time I played Link Between Worlds. Yes, I tried to get that to work on an emulator. I tried to play that on emulator and it didn't work. I'm still wanting to play The World Ends With You. You should. The game's good. I think the issue is the best way to play it was DS. Like the controls in the other versions of it are just not ideal. But like it's still worth playing for the story. Because it's got a real fun story. But like the gameplay is kind of trash unless you're playing on a DS. In my opinion. I think honestly the best way to play it now other than on a DS is on Switch with the motion controls. Which still isn't great, but like there's, I don't know, using the pointer is to me vaguely similar to using the touchscreen. I don't know how to describe it. Link Between Worlds was awesome, so much Link to the Past nostalgia package up in the game. Yeah, it was, they nailed it, and they managed to make it not just nostalgia because they were like experimenting with weird shit, like being able to do the dungeons in any order and that kind of thing, and that was cool. They did like randomly drop a sequel not that long ago, right? Yeah, Neo The World Ends With You, which that game plays great. I really like that game. I don't think the story is as good as the first game, but I did still really enjoy it. I'm gonna cheat. I want to see what the actual thing is people do for this boss, for this mini boss. Sword and Shield Dungeon, Oracle Seasons. Because the way that I think this should work is I need to like, I need 2 slingshots, which is not a thing. Let's see. Dungeon. Mini boss. Oh my god, this mini boss is called Frypolar. That's quite a good name. That's kind of a terrible name, but it's kind of a good name. Alternate between fire and ice forms. Well, in his ice form, Link can shoot Frypolar with Ember Seeds for minimal damage. This will revert him back to his fire form for about 4 attacks. For maximum damage, shoot the icicle spikes that Frypolar creates with a Mystery Seed to make them smaller, and lift one with the Power Bracelet. Okay. Carry the block of ice while keeping a safe distance, and throw it at him when he changes to his fire form and comes close. It's risky. Keep the cape equipped to soar away. Okay. So basically, I guess that's what the owl statue said, right? To use that. For once, the owl statues were actually useful, and I was ignoring them. Right, let's try this. So we want to hit those ice blocks with mystery seeds, and then I guess we can just hit them the list. Make them go into ice mode. So now, let's see if I can warn him. He will eventually turn back into his fire mode on his own. Which I guess I didn't realise he did. And now I can do this. Nope, too early. It's fine. I know what we're doing. We're gonna do 3 more of these. But yeah, Neo the World Ends With You is kind of a completely different game. It's like a 3D kind of action-y thing. But like you have a party still, and it's like they map each of your party members is like mapped to an attack button, and it's like quite a cool system. Okay, I fucked this up. 2, 3. This next one. 4. Oh, good. That's in the right direction. Fuck. Right, we know we're done. We link to not shoot right. But yeah, it was like a cool 3D one, but there's some of the story stuff is just like not as interesting in my opinion as the first one. Like the concept of the first one is like you're pulled into this game where you know, the winner gets the winner gets a wish basically. When you get pulled into the game, you lose something as like payment for the game. Oh my god, what am I doing? And I won't go into any more about that really, but they do cool stuff with that concept. And the second one kind of really needs you to play the first one because the story continues, has multiple characters from the first one. Like it is straight up a sequel. It's not really like you could play it as standalone because a lot of the concepts of what happened in the second one are, hey, isn't this weird this is happening after the first game? Isn't it weird these characters are here after this first game? What are they doing? Crazy. But I really liked it. I think it got kind of mixed reception from people and it didn't sell super well. But I really liked it, and it has a really good soundtrack. Both those games have really good soundtracks. There's a reason why whenever Jonathan does his Theatre Rhythm streams, I always like Walden's do research. Because it's so goddamn good. Right, we're just going down here. We're not going through that door. We're not making the same mistake we make every time. Nailed that. Nailed that. We got hit by that, but that's fine. This is a pain in the ass. I hate this room so much. I'm so glad that once we beat this mini boss, we never need to come down here ever again. I would rather travel all the way back to the entrance to teleport to this mini boss room than ever come back into this fucking nightmare Mario jumping thing. Worst. Right. We did it. Now we need to be the boss. Or the mini boss. This isn't even the boss. I just need this slowly. I keep trying to be fancy and be like, I can do this. I can skip some of these, but then I just mess up. These. These. I need one of you guys to give me hearts. I'm kind of low. Ugh, whatever. We'll figure out. Yeah, that is another game that I was kind of surprised we ever got a sequel to. Kind of like Dragon's Dogma. Like, I assumed we were never getting a sequel to Dragon's Dogma. Like, I thought that dream was just dead. No. I've got 3 hearts, that's okay. Not great. I'm not terrible. I think those pots have fairies in them. I don't know how many other games there are for me like that though, where it's like, these are just all bombs. I guess that makes sense. Where like, they've been gone for so long and I kind of have given up on there ever being a sequel. I think most of them have gotten sequels at this point. Okay, we're just going in like this. Here's the plan. I'm going to take a drink of water. Delicious orange water. Scottish water. And we're going to equip this. We're going to equip this. And we're going to do this. We're going to nail it. This is going to be the one. On ice. Number 1. Oh, 1, 2, 3. And then this next one, we'll do this. Because of that. Hit him. Ice again. 3. What? Shoot the right direction, like. God damn it. Okay. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, that would have worked though, actually. Let me just do this. I don't need to wait the whole floor. In fact, only. Okay. He didn't have that much health. We just need to not die as quick. But we did it. Right, let's go a little bit further. But I think we might need to call it soon. So we like those, we like those, we like the middle one. There's something in here. Okay, there's a chest right there. That makes sense. Oh no. Oh no. Crash, speaking of Pokemon puzzles. Speaking of Pokemon puzzles. So we can theoretically just move. I hate these puzzles so much. I hate these kind of puzzles so much. Let's just do this. Right? And let's not push it in yet. Then we can do... What can we do? Push that one down and across, and it'll go right in there. Oh yeah, wait, no, this one's easy. We can do this. We do black. Black. We do black. 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 Then we do this, and then we push both these in. Easy. Yeah. That takes us down there, but we also we have a key. We have a key. Right, let's go down here first. Just because it might make us do the goddamn puzzle now. Ah, jumping ice puzzles. God. Everyone knows ice. No, I can't even say it. Ice platforming is the best platforming. Conveyor belts, they're like ice, but, you know, man-made. It's a real shame that men have never figured out how to make ice. Down this one first. Oh jeez, let's not go down this one first. God. No! No! I was gonna say there was no... Yeah, the game is like, you got fucking far enough. You said we weren't that hard? Well, let me show you this. I was gonna say there's no Pokemon style like conveyor belt puzzles, but actually we literally just did one in the swamp to get that piece of heart. So, it wasn't a complicated one, but it was literally one of those. I like the song for this dungeon, but also every time I do think that my audio is breaking because it does like play two kind of similar things out of sync, but it's just the song. Right, so now we can fast travel, well not fast travel, but we can get back to here faster, which is good. Oh jeez, there's so many visuals, and these things are so fast. Why are these things so fast? Right, let's just get out of here. Because the compass didn't tell us there was shit in here, so I don't care. You don't got shit for me, I don't need to spend time here. We can boomerang that. I love this boomerang. I've always liked the boomerang in Zelda games. Like, when they have these kind of like magical control things, or... Or I like the Twilight Princess one. Don't let you have like wind powers, if I remember. And you could like lock on to certain things and then it would like use it like spin a bunch of fans. Okay, full health. There's fuck all in this room except for health, but that's fine. Health is good. I don't kill the enemy open that door. I wasn't really paying attention. No. Pushing the button didn't open this door either. Do we kill these bunnies does? Let's blow up these rabbits. Yes. Murdering rabbits solves our problems once again. Boss key! Oops. Have we found the boss door yet? No, we still have like... Oh, I see why it's called the Sword and Shield dungeon. Crazy they named 2 Pokemon games after this. I wish I liked Pokemon Sword and Shield more. But they did not click with me. Yeah, I wanted to like them more than I did. I like them enough to finish them, which is more than like X and Y or what's the other one I didn't finish? There's another one. Yeah, I kind of bounced in and out. Where are we going? I think we want to be over there. I want to go all the way around. I kind of bounced in and out for a few generations of Pokemon, and then Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee was the first one that I was like, actually, Pokemon's kind of good. And then Sword and Shield, I was like, maybe Pokemon's not good. Which is harsh. I don't think those games are bad. I just, you know, wasn't super into them. Wait, where's the door in here? Is it on the other side? Oh no, it's right fucking here. I'm an idiot. I'm so goddamn stupid. It literally was taking me back to the goddamn key room. The game was trying to help me for once. I looked out of place, so I was trying to move it. Sun and Moon, I played bits of Sun and Moon, but I never finished them. I should really go back to those, because I did enjoy those. What does this guy want to say? Jaws in the game felt pretty fresh to the gym. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Magical ice freezes all. That seems handy. Wait, does it freeze this minecart? No. Can I put it in the minecart? No, but I can take it with me in the minecart. That's kind of cool. And then I want to throw it in those things. I see. The other way, I need to get back to my goddamn minecart. We need the key. We need to turn off these goddamn furnaces. I was enjoying watching you play that game at least. Oh shit. Can I jump down this? No, okay. I guess that makes sense, but it's worth checking. Yeah, that'd be cool. Like I said, I was enjoying watching them. I mean, you got a lot of Persona to catch up on. Pokemon seems like such a time commitment to stream as well. I mean, not that Persona isn't. Persona obviously really is as well, but so much gaming. This game this week is Whooped Old Persona, which is fun as well. I like the playing a day of Persona at a time, which is definitely what you're doing right now. I think after Pokemon I'll take a short break from the bigger games and play Venba. Just Venba. And then get back to Final Fantasy game again. What about Crystal Chronicles? Is that happening? I was excited to watch that. Also, I understand that requires a lot of planning because you have to synchronize 4 people at the same time. The game, lots of folk getting emotional with it. Venba. I'm gonna go that. I don't recognize the name. And usually I... Oh, the cooking game. I do know this game. Yes, that game seems really cool. I need to play that. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I just, yeah. I just didn't recognize the name. But yes, the moment I saw the art, I was like, oh, this game! That game looks so cool. And yeah, people seem to love it. We have a key that we can use to get rid of the last lava thing. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. There's stairs here we can use. Give me a berry, thank god. Where's the boss key go? Okay, there's like another small team. Let me get stairs up here. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. I have so many big games I need to finish. There's a lot of big games this year, and there's still more coming out. I don't know if I want to use the key here. I don't want to use it on the last thing. However, it'll give us more keys. Oh, god. I literally just took it back here. That was definitely a waste of a key. Right, let's go find our key. There must be some. There's one. I mean, okay, there must be others, but there's one chest. Let's go... We've not went down here. Give me that fairy. Thank you. Wait, we haven't done this one. This one's doable. Okay. This works. No, this doesn't work. We need a minecart. We go this way. Is it that one? Probably that one. Where's this one take us? Here? Minecart! Okay, cool. Let's do this. Oh god, actually we never went up into here, did we? Oh god. Okay, do I go here? Is it one more? Shit. Please tell me it's the same pattern each time. No. What? This is such a more elaborate pattern. It was 5 up and down 2, 3, and oh, got it. Right, let's go fucking do this. Now we can take this into here. We can get rid of the bats in this one area, and then we can come back, get another one, take it into the next room. Deal with that. Hey, Crystal. Guys, fuck off. I mean, the small key to get through that, but we'll probably just find one in the process of this, I had to imagine. Or we'd have to backtrack a bunch. At some point, if I'm looking to do a longer stream at some point, I would like to do one of the kind of permadeath Pokemon runs, because they seem fun. But it's such a commitment. No! My ice. Stop making me drop my ice. It was a lot of fun to set up and do. Yeah, I bet. I did like how everyone was like playing different games and, you know, different gimmicks and stuff. Probably go down a Pokemon collab at some point in a similar vein, but slightly different. It's fun. I really like the current, I said this before to you, but I really like the current, using Wikipedia to name Pokemon Run. The thing he's in. It's such a fun stream. I need a small key. Someone give me a small key. Like that. Why are these things like this? Right, we need to find someone that has a small key. It's probably this fucking room. Oh my god, right, so let's find the stairs closest there and just start from there. We never went up these ones. Or if we did, I forgot, which is also possible. Is there anything up here? Yeah, we did. Okay. But it's fun that everyone has like their own kind of twists and gimmicks on it. We didn't come this way, I don't think. Oh, this is it. This is the chest. Oop. You guys fuck off. Give me your... It's these ones that always drop fairies. We knew there was something. Yeah, help. I felt that helped to keep... Ugh, I can't read anymore. I felt like that helped to keep things fresh, but it also made beating the entire Pokemon series a team effort too. Yeah, definitely. There's a cool kind of twist on that. And a good way to kind of split up between so many streams. Let's get going. Right, I think we're almost at the boss. So that means it's prediction time for you, Crash. And probably only you. I'm just gonna keep moving. I'm not gonna fucking stop moving because these things are gonna fucking kill me. Right. Prediction time. Prediction time. Will we beat the first, or will we beat the boss first time? taking the quotation marks out of it because this is actually the first time this time. Well, it happened. Well, we beat the boss. You saw me lose like 4 times to the mini boss. And I'm going to take a delicious hydrating drink of water. Mmm. Water. Delicious. And healthy for you. I love water. It has so many great things in it, like citric acid, caffeine, ammonium ferric citrate, and quinine. Sweeteners like aspartame. This is Amber still got the sunset yellow. It's got the shit that gives you ADHD. Scotland. Alright, what were the results? Do you believe in me? 100%. Oh, there's 2 people. 100% people say yes. I'm going to beat the boss first time. I think your faith is misplaced. But who am I? Oh, it's a weird Medusa head. Right. We're going to need the slingshot because it's obviously the slingshot thing. You both believe. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Right. That doesn't do any damage. Oh, that did. Or no, it might not. What the f? This is like a bullet hell boss. Let's try a different berry type or different seed type. So far, oh great. I just hit her with a sword. Am I overthinking this? Oh no, if I hit her with a sword I turn to stone. Or Zach's ever hit by one of her beams. Oh god. Slingshot doesn't seem super useful here. Cape though. Fucking saving my goddamn life. I need to stop getting hit by that. God. Ah, alright. I do like bullet hells. I mean, I like Returnal. I'm sorry, but your faith is misplaced. All of that money's gone. But we came close. That was a good learning one. I think we'll get it done tonight. I already don't remember how to get back to that room though. Your points are gone forever. And I hope you've learned the lesson of never trust anyone ever. Important life lesson that everyone needs to learn at some point. Can we just go in here? No. Not that one. That's the fucking... That's the badging. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh god. Wait, these guys get fairies. What am I doing? Give me help. I kept seeing something in my peripheral vision popping up and down. It was the notification for the prediction. Right. Not this way. What's the easiest set of stairs to go down? Is there one down here? There is. This time though, we've definitely got it. Need I've already forgot what I need this equipped. Look at that. Look at that damage. I mean, we can't see because it doesn't have health bar, but I mean, look at that damage. It must be a lot. Quite good pose to be stuck in. I was only going to do predictions the first time, but if I lose again, I'll do a prediction next time so you can vote for me just ahead. But honestly, I think I might have this. Unless I'm missing something mechanic for this. Which is definitely possible because I wouldn't have expected it for me to use the slingshot. Oh jeez, what the fuck? As I said that, I died. That's so much damage. Alright, I'll put up another prediction this time. Once we get there. No point in putting up a prediction to be like, hey, am I even going to reach the goddamn boss, or am I going to die falling at the hole 30 times? Which I think happened last time. Give me... Over here. Here. Let's equip. Let's just fucking book it. Nope. Let's book it in the right direction. I don't want to fight anything. I just want to get to this goddamn boss peacefully. Let's equip the sword. Let's do one more prediction. Hold on. Right. So we want to prediction, third prediction. Well, we beat the boss. This is the third time, right? Third time. You have a minute. You have a minute to vote for Medusa Head. This time I'm just going to keep doing what I was doing. Hopefully it'll work. If it doesn't, next round I'm going to try and figure out if I can use the slingshot to do something. There must be something. It'd be real weird if you're not meant to use a slingshot for the boss fight in the slingshot dungeon. Maybe she has a phase 2. Because that's what the last boss was like. Like the two-headed dragon in that last thing didn't really use the cape. I still believe. It's misplaced. You're gonna regret this. Last dungeon, the first phase didn't use the cape, but then the second phase kept doing the ground pound thing that you needed the cape to avoid. Here's like lean it back a weird way. We'll see. Alright. The votes are in. We have 2 for yes again. You guys are... Thank you for having faith in me. As misplaced as it may be. So it matters slightly less if we get hit by those red ones. Obviously we don't want to get hit by anything because the damage doesn't stand there either. But those ones freezes and then we get shot a bunch. This. And get hit by that. Which I should probably just avoid that. It's probably not the damage trade-off is probably not worth it. God damn it. You see the animation there where like I got turned to stone and then fell because I was mid-air when it happened? Come on. Come on. Hey. You only had one phase. You got heart container. We did a... You both get no points, but you get to keep your points, which is just as good. And that's the last dungeon. Well, I mean, not last dungeon. There's going to be a, you know, go to fight the final boss dungeon. What I want to quickly do is Google, probably just called Medusa Head, right? Medusa Head, Oracle of Seasons. Go to ZeldaDungeon.net, not the fucking fandom wiki. Fandom wikis. People don't know there's a really good browser extension that if you find a Google link, it takes you to a fandom wiki. It will link you to an independent wiki of the same type. I'll drop it in chat. It's actually very handy for finding better things, especially as fandom wikis have started using AI to write stuff, which has been hilarious for the Zelda wiki. There was... In fact, I'll finish this up and then I'll show some of the real fucking dumb shit that in the wiki buddy though. Fandom isn't great. I was one of the... I know there's a good chance they would have just like went bust or something, but when they bought Giant Bomb, I was like, ah, okay, this is over. That's the end. They bought the big site that I like. That's a shame. You got changing seasons, an essence of nature, scattered seeds sprout in spring, grow in summer, bear fruit in fall, and sleep through winter. It's an endless cycle of life, the changing seasons. We did it. We saved the world. You already have the 8th essence. The changing seasons have filled me with my former power. I have something to give you now. Alright, let's go talk to our tree buddy. Yeah, big progress. We finished 2 dungeons. We got a better shield. Oh god. We got a better slingshot. We got cape. I don't know if you were here for the better shield, but we got a better shield. Which we obviously used a lot. Because I use the shield in this game so much. Thing is, I do use the shield a lot in like other Zelda games, but when I only have 2 weapon slots, I'm not going to use the shield. The shield is not taking up one of those slots. That's just crazy talk. Let's warp. Let's go appraise our rings and then talk to the tree buddy. I don't care about you, witch lady. I mean, I should because she gives potions, but. Raise. Steadfast ring, get knocked back less. That seems good. Let's take that one out. What do we have? I don't think we need the spiked floor one anymore. We never really used it anyway. Steadfast ring, let's get that one. Let's go talk to the tree. We're only missing 1 heart as well. Maybe we should go find those heart containers. We kind of accidentally almost like 100% of this. It's because the game is very... Even though it's really big for a Game Boy Color game, it's like quite condensed, so you kind of see everything. You finally gathered all 8 essences of nature. You've become a true hero who understands the essences of nature. Your hope for all that live. Take this seed. Thanks. You got a huge Maku seed. This should penetrate evil forces. Okay, so that led us up into that dungeon. Surely now you can defeat Onyx, the General of Darkness, and free Din, Oracle of Seasons. Or are we going to see Din? Wahaha, some hero. Oh, Din's like she's definitely not dancing now. Come if you dare, Proto. If you are their so-called hero, then their hero is no match for my powers of darkness. Wahaha. Alright. I was sitting waiting for more cutscene there and realised, no, this tree is just staring at me. So I'm gonna save here. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to do. I would kind of like, given we're so close, I would kind of like find the last 3 heart pieces, but it's gonna be a pain in the ass. Because I would need to try and figure out what ones we haven't gotten yet. We've kind of seen all of the map except for where we have to go next. So it's not even like we can be like, ah, there's a grey square here. Let's just go up to the... Let's go to the dungeon and we'll save there, so I remember, because I will forget. Okay. Come on. Jumpy boy. But yeah, big progress. And as I'm wrapping up, I'm going to show you the AI shit on the Zelda wiki, because it's fucking hilarious. As all garbage AI stuff is. Let's go this way. But like the basic summary is so Zelda Dungeon is the big Zelda wiki. A while ago, back when fandom was kind of the hip popular thing, Zelda Dungeon moved to fandom. They were on fandom for a long time. As fandom's websites got progressively more and more terrible, they, you know, decided, hey, we should move and be an independent thing again. And they moved to Zelda Dungeon. Fandom kept their version of the wiki up because they didn't want to get rid of all this content that got lots of clicks and stuff like that, even though it wasn't. It's kind of nerfed, technically not nerfed. Whatever. Weird mess. I wasn't super into it at the time, so I'm not gonna sit and be like, this is someone's fault. Oh. All will be for naught. Oh shit, it's Twin Rover. Are you shocked? We're Twin Rover, Gerudo witches. Soon the flame of destruction shall burn, and when it does, no one can keep us from holding our rights. Despite your every effort, the evil king shall return to spread darkness across the land. Neat. Oh. I'm sure we'll never see them again. This is awful. Twin Rover is behind Onyx. Proto, you must save them. Yeah, we can do that. Let's save on the screen. But yeah, I wasn't following that stuff like places. I'm not gonna. A lot of that stuff's probably not 100% there. But the gist of it is there's 2 Zelda wikis. There's the fandom one, which is somewhat based on the... Oh, that's not a screen wiki. Which is somewhat based on the old Zelda Dungeon stuff, and then there's Zelda Dungeon, which is its own thing. Go to this screen? Hey look, I'm not inverted on this screen, which is probably fine. Our microphone's still working, right? Let me move this over here so I'm looking at the right place. Right. So I should have muted the microphone before I moved it like that. I apologize. Cool. So if yeah, I've still got my follower thing here. I need to update that goal or remove it. If I find the thing I wanted to show, which is some tweets. So let me zoom these and add a window. Perfect. Let me make this shorter and crop out the shit you guys don't need to care about. I'm great at this. Look how great I am. I had this prepared earlier and definitely I'm not just throwing it together now. So here's the thing. I'll just shove over me because who cares about me? So yeah, fandom refused to take the wiki down after we returned to independence, and now it looks like they're using generative AI for quick answers, which are spreading misinformation. So this is off of the Zelda page. Oh no, I do need to make it bigger. Oops. Whoopsies. Let's just make it big again. So yeah, there's these question and answer things, these quick answers, and these seem to be AI generated. Either that or it's generated by someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're writing. So like, who's Ganon? Ganon's possessor of Triforce of Power, gifted by the goddess Den. Making him unimaginably strong. He's the main villain of the series and has been featured in many games, such as, yeah, that's fine. That's all accurate enough. Um, let's see. Does Ganon love Zelda? Ganon may love Zelda, as he often kidnaps her and even possesses her body in an attempt to fight Link. He also flirted with her in the cartoons and Smash Bros. 4, suggesting a possible romance and love at first flight. And then, who is Ganondorf's wife? Ganondorf's wife is Nabooru, whom he chose above all others to be his queen when he was 16 years old. That's nonsense. Not based on anything. Who is Link? Link is hero of Legend of Zelda. Saving blah blah. His first game. Appeared in numerous other games. Did Link have a girlfriend? Yes, Link had a girlfriend named Amber Von Tussle in Hairspray Live. Link proposed to Amber with a ring, and their relationship became official. However, things have changed when Link fell in love with Tracy and broke up with Amber, who threw his ring back in his face. That's I don't think I need to tell you guys. That's not from Zelda. I can't wait for the Ganon song he sings for Zelda while playing piano in the Zelda movie. Yep, exactly. And let's see if I get rid of this again. There was another one. There was one from the Hollow Knight wiki. Yeah, it's kind of wild. Hollow Knight wiki had these ones. Nintendo's been holding out as worth my Zelda relationship drama game. I agree that we need this. And the thing is, I don't know if it's just like got mixed up between different things or if it has like found some. I mean, there's probably a Zelda cross Hairspray fan fiction out there. Maybe it's like just pulled that and wrote it. This I'm going to go into this one too much because we're not really talking about like, you know, Hollow Knight lore. But this one's like, is the Pale King good or bad? The Pale King's intentions may have been good, but his actions were not, as he left millions of children to die in the abyss. He was more villain than hero. Great. Thanks. He was more villain than hero. Nonsense. But yeah, there's a bunch of that stuff across all of these. And it's nonsense. So yeah, I highly recommend that thing I linked earlier. Where's the Get Indie Wiki thing? Because it just redirects you to stuff. So a good example for this, I don't actually have it installed on this browser, but a good example for this is the Kirby Wiki. So if I go Kirby Wiki, like the Kirby fandom wiki is kinda terrible. And filled with ads and shit like all of these are. All these fandom wikis are. But yeah, it's just not great. All the game pages are fine, but they're not great. Whereas the Kirby wiki is actually really, really good. Like I was using this recently for stuff and super detailed, super easy to find stuff. Super easy to find like high res images and stuff like that from Kirby games, or like box arts from Kirby games, which is specifically what I was using it for. But yeah, I recommend that. Makes it easier to find independent versions of wikis instead of using the fandom ones, because the fandom ones are, they've been a mess for a bit and they're going to shit even more. So switch to this. Game audio still weird. Yeah, let's leave it on here. Is my microphone on here? Can you hear me? No, there it is. All right. Thank you all for joining me. That's gonna be the end of the stream. It's like 1:30 here. I need to go sleep. I've got work tomorrow. We made a lot of progress today. We finished 2 dungeons. We got a new shield, a new cape, a new slingshot. We can do all this stuff now. We're gonna go and fight the big bad. Twin Rova says we shouldn't because we're going to make bad shit happen, but that's fine. I don't remember if we see Twin Rova again. I think we do. But Twin Rova ties into like the Link game stuff quite a lot. So we'll see a lot of Twin Rova later. But yeah, thank you all for joining. I think we're going to be finishing Oracle of Seasons probably sometime this week, which is good because it means I can finish it up before I go to All In, because Mondays are the only guaranteed day that I will be streaming, and I can't guarantee I'll be streaming next Monday. So yeah. Thank you again for all joining. And I didn't actually check, but I assume no one's online because it's like 1:30. No one's ever online last time. Why would they be? It's a stupid time to be streaming if you're in Scotland. No one's streaming. So I'm just gonna let you all go. Good night. Thank you for joining. Thanks Tony Bomb for joining in particular, and Crash. It was good to see you. Yeah, way too late for people to be around. I could do the offline stream thing, but the offline raid thing, but I mean, I don't think it's worth it. I don't know who's first on tomorrow. But yeah, I will see you all next time. Goodbye.